President's bathroom. Alexa, go chat. Alexa, go chat. The 12th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will continue its consideration of Agenda Item 8, entitled General Debate. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Ralph Gonsalves, Prime Minister and Minister of National Security, Legal Affairs and Information of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Ralph Gonsalves, Prime Minister and Minister of National Security, Legal Affairs and Information of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, St. Vincent and the Grenadines congratulates His Excellency Mr. Dennis Francis of Trinidad and Tobago for his country's assumption of the presidency of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. We affirm, too, our solidarity with the governments and peoples of the Kingdom of Morocco and Libya at this their current hour of peril, consequent upon the recent natural disasters. We express sincerest condolences for the immense loss of lives. Your Excellencies, across the world today, in large measure, men and women are pained, gripped with melancholy, and are adrift. They are perplexed, even confused, at the complexities and challenges of our human condition, which is awash with multiple contradictions, from which arise a yearning for sustainable resolutions. Large numbers of people globally are possessed of an admixture of resignation, a sense of futility, a routinization of indifference, even cynicism. And yet, at the same time, there is resident in them, in us, an elemental hopefulness and a sense of social solidarity, a search for justice and goodness, a pursuance of equity and equality, and a quest for peace, security and prosperity for all, not only for a privileged few in a handful of privileged nations. It is widely acknowledged that the global political economy is broken and needs fixing, not by tinkering here and there, but through fundamental restructuring of a kind that endures for the benefit of all humanity, especially those who are disadvantaged, dispossessed, or marginalized. It is widely accepted, too, that the vital Sustainable Development Goals will not be attained by 2030. Indeed, there will be a significant deficit for practically every developing country. Similarly, it is widely recognized that the climate change agenda is stalling, in some respects reversing, with dire consequences for humanity practically in most of the vulnerable countries. At the same time, war and conflict rage senselessly across the globe. In at least one case, Ukraine, the principal adversaries may unwittingly open the gates to a nuclear Armageddon. Contemporary drivers of insecurity and conflict are all jostling in an invidious march to infamy and human misery. The expansive and expanding list includes racism and xenophobia, the continuing oppression of women under a patriarchy in too many countries, the seemingly uncontrollable chariots of artificial intelligence, the threatening pandemics and the anti-people consortia of big pharma, poverty and food insecurity, ignorance, miseducation, and disinformation, terrorism and its associated malcontents, the illegal trafficking in persons and narcotics, the subversion of participatory democracy and human rights, the failure and/or refusal of former colonial powers to entertain just and legitimate demands for reparations, to repair the contemporary legacies of underdevelopment caused by native genocide and the enslavement of African bodies, and the failure and/or refusal of the major emitters of greenhouse gases to cough up the requisite resources to the affected vulnerable countries for the required adaptation, mitigation, loss and damage. And the list goes on. The heard melodies are troubling. Those unheard are damning. Excellencies, powerful countries and blocs of like-minded states are unwilling or unable to fashion inclusive and efficacious modalities through a genuine multilateralism to address the extant challenges facing humanity. They reflect actions in quest of a continuing imperium or an emergent hegemony are dressed up as self-serving calls for a new world order, all sauce and gall, but of little or no substance, difficult to swallow. From the rough trenches of the periphery, St. Vincent and the Grenadines poses yet again, in response, three haunting questions. What's new? Which world? And who gives the orders? In this context, the urgency of genuine reform of the United Nations Security Council is to be embraced after decades of futile bickering and foot-dragging. Surely it is long overdue for sensible compromises on this matter, reflective of the contemporary condition of our world. In these troubled and uncertain times, enveloped in limitations and weaknesses, there are nevertheless possibilities and strengths. The wise and mature leadership of this collective, the United Nations, is immediately required in this great endeavor to put things right for humanity. We gathered here as representatives of national or regional interests are not and cannot reasonably be agents of purely impersonal forces driving humanity inexorably to further peril and even damnation. Notwithstanding the imperfections of a multilateral system grounded in international law and civilized norms, we at this assembly, in concert with each other and our peoples, can be the fresh hope, the beacon, the light, not merely to inspire, but to draw out of each other and our respective peoples a goodness, a high quality and a nobility, which oftentimes we may not even know as yet that we possess. In the process, let us clear certain ideational cobwebs from our brains. It is, for example, wholly unhelpful to frame the central contradictions of our troubled times as revolving around a struggle between autocracies and democracies. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, a strong liberal democracy, rejects this wrong-headed thesis. It is evident to all right-thinking persons, devoid of self-serving hypocrisy, that the struggle today between the dominant powers is centered upon the control, ownership, and distribution of the world's resources. The struggle has been and is about who gets what, when, where, and how. Civilized life and living now demands fairness, justice, peace, security, and prosperity for all. This civilized goal is unlikely ever to be satisfactorily attained if the strong and powerful continue with impunity to do what they can, and the weak and fragile suffer what they must, despite their oft-times enfeebled resistance. Throughout history, Powerful countries exhibit a certain schizophrenia. They possess and deploy all their instruments of domination, yet they are racked by bewildering insecurities, which frequently turn them into beasts of unreason to their own detriment. In this way, they overreach and sow seeds of their own downfall. In the process, sadly, they hobble humanity needlessly. Excellencies, let us accord mature consideration to a matter of immediacy in our America, to use Jose Marti's telling formulation. We urge the United States of America, our friend, the most powerful and economically dominant country since the dawn of human civilization, a nation which espouses humane values, to end its unilateral and oppressive sanctions and impositions that are contrary to international law, which have been rolled out against Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. It is also plain silly and factually incorrect to label Cuba a sponsor of state terrorism, a label prompted by partisan domestic politics in South Florida. But it hurts the Cuban people massively and unnecessarily. The sanctions and coercive measures against Venezuela, including the weaponizing of the US dollar, have caused the collapse of the Petro-Carib Agreement, which delivered substantial benefits to over a dozen Caribbean countries, including St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We in the Caribbean have thus become collateral damage. At the same time, Your Excellencies, it is long overdue for the Republic of China Taiwan to be brought in from the diplomatic cold. The magnificent Chinese civilization, through the fever of history, has delivered to the contemporary world in practical terms more than one recognizable national political expression institutionally. Surely, Taiwan's quest for participation in relevant specialized agencies of the United Nations is reasonable and ought to be accommodated. Repeatedly, Taiwan has shown itself to be a responsible member of the international community. Peace across the Taiwan Straits is an imperative for the prosperity and security of the world. Excellencies, on the bundle of issues touching and concerning climate change, global warming, biodiversity challenges, land degradation and desertification, there is a veritable Babel, a Tower of Babel. There is an overabundance of sweet-sounding lyrics by the major emitters, but they turn out to be bitterly deceptive. A lack or insufficiency of meaningful corrective action by the irresponsible climate polluters, countries and companies, constitute unpardonable, egregious wrongs. Indeed, it is a species of barbarism. The upcoming Conference of Parties under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in the United Arab Emirates is a critical test of humanity's commitment to save our planet from the ravages of man-made climate change. We know the oft-repeated benchmarks and the corrective agenda. I don't have to repeat them here. In this composite package of policies and measures, a special consideration has to be accorded the most vulnerable countries, such as small island developing states in the Caribbean and the Pacific, and the poorer communities in climate-distressed areas of Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Excellencies, crisscrossing the issue of financing for development in the era of climate change and the downside ramifications of structural distortions in the global economy for poor and vulnerable middle-income countries is the Bridgestone Initiative 2.2. And this has already been endorsed by the Caribbean community, the Community of States of Latin America and the Caribbean, the Association of Small Island States, and dozens of countries in the African Union and elsewhere. This progressive initiative contains creative financing proposals that would result in more resources on highly concessionary terms for the poor and vulnerable regions. The Dimensional Vulnerability Index, championed by vulnerable middle-income countries, include those in the Caribbean. This finds a place in the reform mix of financing for development. St. Vincent and the Grenadines urges a strong support of the Bridgetown Initiative 2.0 and the MVI by this United Nations General Assembly. St. Vincent and the Grenadines also endorses the initiative of the Bahamas to remove from the OECD, the Rich Club, any global authority it assumes for suzerainty on international taxation and related matters. Properly, they ought to be resident in the United Nations. Excellencies, developing countries must refrain from being mere prideful villagers, obsessed with immediate trifles and blind ourselves to the far more compelling issues beyond our individual control and which demand a unifying solidarity with others to confront successfully our travails. Poor, vulnerable, climate distressed and resource-challenged developing countries are absolutely fed up and insulted by the unfulfilled perennial promises of the developed world on climate financing. Excellencies, in September 2015, at our United Nations, all nations signed on to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals targeted for achievement by 2030. Earlier this week, the bundle of issues centered on the SDGs were accorded a special consideration, and admirably, a refreshing of them has been canvassed. But the critical issue of a sufficiency of financing for development, including climate financing and reparations, remains the proverbial elephant in the room to be effectively harnessed to serve the deserving. Here again, agreed commitments entered into must be translated into real actions. St. Vincent and the Grenadines has been insisting as part of the conversation on the SDGs that there must be a special carve-out for reparations from European countries for the legacies of underdevelopment engendered by native genocide and the enslavement of African bodies, horrendous crimes against humanity. In this matrix, a special focus is required for Haiti. The case for reparatory justice within the framework of the SDGs is compelling and unanswerably strong. The time for reparations has come. This demand will not go away. Africa, the Caribbean, and our diaspora, and others who hanker for a just world insist on it. Excellencies, in our Caribbean community, one of our member states, Haiti, continues to be confronted by multiple existential challenges of immediacy, lodged in the political, security, social, humanitarian, and environmental domains. CARICOM is seeking to facilitate a political solution by engaging the widest cross-sections of stakeholders to fashion a government of national unity to replace that which is bedeviled by a lack of legitimacy and effectiveness, and to prepare the way for democratic elections in a suitable time frame. The United Nations Security Council cannot reasonably stand askance from this process in circumstances in which the criminal gangs, inclusive of those with links to the government and the national police, are essentially in control of the capital city. Security supports, not an imperial invasion, are required to accompany the political consensus so as to bolster humanitarian assistance, economic development, and a more orderly way of life and living. The situation is dire and growing worse by the day. We must not allow ourselves the luxury of Haiti fatigue. Indeed, the guns and bullets in the hands of the Haitian gangs are also in the bosoms of assorted criminals across the Caribbean and Latin America, and sourced mainly from the USA. The US, the Caribbean, and Latin American governments must work together more earnestly to stop this massive flow of guns and bullets. Across the globe, Resolutions to wars and perennial conflicts are urgently required. The terrible situations, for example, in Ukraine, Palestine, several countries in Africa and elsewhere, cry out for peaceful settlements between the warring tribes. It is humane and wrong for the Palestinian people to be enduring colonial domination and externally induced suffering for decades. In our America, Your Excellencies, CELAC, led currently by the pro tempore presidency of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, is at the forefront of seeking to fortify our political cooperation and enhance integration efforts. CELAC is building vital bridges with several blocs across the world and countries. All this is designed to promote peace, security, prosperity, and sustainable development for all. It is vital that our shared experiences be translated into shared expressions, including institutional expressions, to get the practical work done to enhance life, living, and production for all humanity. And CELAC ought to be allowed to follow the African Union into membership of the G20. Let us be more inclusive in solving intractable problems in practical ways. I thus welcome the proposed initiative, the proposal of the European Union, to initiate an institutional summit between the EU, the African Union, CELAC, ASEAN, and with the Secretary General of the United Nations. I await the details. Excellencies, the days of masters and vassals are over. The days of imperialism are drawing nigh, and the would-be hegemons waiting in the wings with their illusions of grandeur, past or imagined, are bound for disillusionment. In any new world order, the metaphoric lambs and the lions must lie down and rise up together in mutual self-interest and respect, and for a better world. This world of 8 billion people deserves better. We in the developing world reject the crumbs. There is a loaf to be shared reasonably, with equity, and we must be at the deciding and the eating tables. Those who think that we speak with our heads in the clouds are profoundly mistaken. We know that in the great cathedral of the sky, there is a sun for steeple. It illuminates our pathways. We see things clearly. Men and women who see things clearly will never give up in the pursuit of peace, goodness, equity, and justice. We do so with urgency, yet with a patience and a calm, knowing that even now the greener leaves explode, sun brightens stone, and all the river burns. As I conclude, a summation from one of my country's poets, Daniel Williams, is apt. We are all time. Only the future is ours to desecrate. The present is the past, and the past our fathers' mischiefs. In order to avoid the desecration of the future, we must be serious about the challenges at hand and work assiduously in solidarity to address them satisfactorily. To be sure, there is no perfection this side of eternity, but we can do better than we have been doing. Time is not on our side. Let us sleep not to dream, but dream to change the world for the better. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister of National Security, Legal Affairs and Information of St. Vincent and the Grenadines for the statement made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Fiame Naomi Mata Afa, the Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade of the Independent State of Samoa. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming Her Excellency Fiame Naomi Mata Afa, Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade of the independent state of Samoa. I invite Her Excellency to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, and distinguished delegates, Samoa extends congratulations and best wishes to Your Excellency, Mr. Dennis Francis, on the assumption of the presidency of the 78th session of the General Assembly. We are so delighted to see Trinidad and Tobago, a sister small island developing state, at the helm of our organization for the next 12 months. You have Samoa's full support in the successful execution of your mandate. It is an honor to address this Assembly on behalf of the government and people of Samoa. We remain steadfast in our support of this multilateral institution and recognize that international cooperation is essential to fight for a just, more sustainable, and peaceful future for our people and planet. Whilst many global challenges remain, it is our hope that in the spirit of global solidarity and unity, we can address with urgency the threats of the climate crisis, the accelerated loss of biodiversity, the erosion of human rights and human health, worsening conflicts, the abuse of information and new technologies, and garnering the political will to strengthen our collectivism towards sustainable development. The theme for this year's General Assembly speaks to our priorities and helps to frame our continued engagement with our United Nations family. Excellencies, the effects of climate change are etching a deepening and more devastating impact on our lives. The first half of 2023 was characterized by record temperatures in many regions of the world, intense water temperatures in various ocean basins, droughts in parts of Africa, Europe, and Asia, severe flooding, as well as cyclones and devastating wildfires in Greece, northeastern Canada, and Hawaii, decimating lives and livelihoods to ash and barren landscapes. I extend Samoa's deep condolences to the people of Lahaina, Maui, families and friends who have been lost in one of the worst wildfires to have ever affected a Pacific Island community. Indeed, our sympathies go out to all those affected by these devastating disasters. But our sympathies will only take us so far, and we will continually face these ever-worsening disasters if we continue to deny addressing their root causes. Scientists have warned of imminent and more frequent and many more extreme weather events, resulting in more lives lost and costlier, less resilient infrastructure. Excellencies, June of 2023 is remembered for the warmest ever recorded global average temperatures, up by more than 1.2 Celsius compared to pre-industrial levels. Efforts to reduce global emissions, such as investing in clean and affordable energy, moving towards green, resilient economies, tackling deforestation, reducing the reliance on fossil fuels and protecting nature must be everyone's priority for the sake of humanity. Targeted solutions must be complemented by ensuring climate finance for frontline countries and utilizing the best available science and technology. Our expectations for the upcoming COP28 in UAE include crystallized commitments to bring about our envisioned reality. In particular, we wish to highlight the importance of operationalizing the Loss and Damage Fund as quickly as possible. For all AOSIS members, maintaining global temperatures below the 1.5 degrees Celsius is a point of no return. Crossing this threshold spells the end of many of our island societies. We view the climate crisis as an intersecting one, causing damage to the wider environment, such as the biodiversity that forms the web of life we depend on for our livelihoods and economic growth. More than 1 billion people rely on forests for their livelihoods, and land and the ocean absorb more than half of all carbon emissions. The climate problem is worsening as the world's natural carbon sinks, such as our oceans and rainforests, cease to spawn life. Samoa, as a core member of the SIDS Coalition for Nature, joins the crescendo of voices for the better protection of our biodiversity. Excellencies, the ocean is a vital resource for food and livelihoods, and hence requires responsible stewardship that is integral in maintaining our Pacific identity, as the ocean is in us and we are the ocean. The healthy ocean will help in our fight against climate change. As the Blue Pacific continent, we must ensure that our oceans can still provide for us as we sustainably manage our marine resources, ecosystems, and biodiversity. We urge our member states to assist in combating illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing in our region, which deprives our small island developing states of much-needed revenue in a time of increased fiscal stress. We believe in the interconnectedness of our responsibilities to our people and planet as reflected in the collective stewardship of our ocean and the goodwill that resulted in the adoption of the new treaty protecting biodiversity on the high seas. This is an important milestone in the path to sustainably managing the high seas and our ocean resources. So let us all sign the treaty for a timely ratification. Similarly, we are engaged in the ongoing negotiations on a treaty to end plastic pollution. The need to address the global plastic pollution problem, especially in the marine environment, is a priority as this is a threat to our ecosystems and health. Excellencies, non-communicable diseases are a priority area for Samoa and our blue continent. Currently, chronic NCDs are overtaking communicable diseases as the dominant health problem and are the leading causes of mortality, morbidity, and disability. At the national level, NCDs account for almost half of the deaths, premature deaths, in fact, in Samoa. We have one of the highest obesity rates, particularly among children. Current data, however, shows some positive trends in the falling prevalence rates of alcohol drinkers and increase in the prevalence of people who are physically active. These statistics are catalysts for programs to promote healthier lifestyles. The government of Samoa has made people-centered health services and NCD control a priority in its pathway for the development of Samoa of 2019 to 2025, and has also issued the National NCD Policy of 2019 to 2023. With support from its development partners, the Samoa government launched a comprehensive program in May 2020 with the aim to build people-centered and systematic NCD service provision to strengthen primary health care, empower communities, promote early detection and effective referral of NCDs, and increase population awareness of NCD risk factors. Samoa remains committed to the global fight against NCDs through scaled-up capacity building of all stakeholders, quality-assured data collection, and statistics for informed and forward-looking policy decisions, as well as strategic partnerships to mobilize resources and support. To help address the rising burden of non-communicable diseases, we believe that access to a balanced and nutritional diet is a national priority. It's important to return to locally produced, quality, fresh foods with less reliance on processed, imported foods. Nutrition and exercise in combination with other lifestyle changes will do more to curb NCDs, but these efforts must be enhanced by financial support for advocacy and capacity building of our health and educational professionals. We learned from the COVID pandemic experience that in the event of a global crisis, supply chain issues will disproportionately affect small island states in favor of larger markets. We targeted measures to enable self-reliance in terms of food production and responsible consumption, and the promotion of local food systems. In this area, we relied on our support from our partner agencies, such as the FAO, particularly in the promotion of transformative food systems. Excellencies, small island developing states, or SIDS, face a unique set of vulnerabilities which impede their ability to achieve sustainable development. Most SIDS, including Samoa, face high indebtedness, which is compounded every time there is rebuilding after a natural disaster. We know that natural disasters will increase in frequency and severity as long as climate change remains unaddressed. A multidimensional vulnerability index, therefore, will allow for the inclusion of more than just income-based criteria to assess eligibility for concessional finance. We are appreciative of the fact that the MVI is a tool that aims to create a richer lens on vulnerability, and as SIDS, we look forward to early endorsement and implementation of the MVI. Excellencies, we believe that there are a great many opportunities which arise from an increasingly digitized world, especially in connecting our people in remote areas. We need to take better care of our citizens from the very real threats from cyber fraud and cyber attacks. We need assistance in ensuring that our infrastructure and financial institutions are safeguarded against cyber threats and that we can build our capacity to address and combat these threats. In this regard, we are mindful of the ongoing work of the open-ended working group on security of and in the use of information and communications technologies 2021 to 2025, which will report to the Assembly in 2025. Excellencies, we remain concerned that the war in Ukraine is still ongoing with no resolution in sight. We hope for a future of a world peace, free from conflict, high-tech cyber and electronic crimes, social media abuse and online child sexual exploitation, and threats of terrorism in any form. For a small island developing nation like Samoa, we rely on the collective responsibility of the global community to achieve this through international cooperation, compliance with international law, diplomacy, and with the UN Charter as our guide. Excellencies, we live in a highly contested region that is attracting intensified geostrategic interest. For small island countries in the Pacific like Samoa, security is more than geostrategic power. An expanded definition of security for the region reflects our desire to nuance our priorities and the demand for climate resilient and environmentally conscious infrastructure, rather than simply viewing them through a lens of strategic competition. In this way, we can ensure living in peace. As a small nation with no military force, we continue to highlight the importance of multilateral platforms and the UN in conflict resolution and governance. We believe in the rule of law, and we hope that respect for this principle guides us through the types of conflicts we see today. International cooperation is needed now more than ever. Building resilience at the national level can only take us so far. Samoa is confident that despite all the challenges, even existential threats for some of us, there is still hope if there is unity amongst our UN family. We have a moral obligation to change our world for the better and leave hope for our future generations. In closing, let me reaffirm Samoa's commitment to the United Nations and our conviction that it remains the foremost forum to address all issues that transcend national boundaries. We reiterate our call to the United Nations through its multiplicity of agencies to better understand our unique cultures, respect our diversity, and embrace our differences to help build a future we want through mutual and sustainable partnerships. Mr. President and Your Excellencies, I wish you all a successful 78th session of the United Nations Assembly. And I thank you again for this opportunity to address the Assembly.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of the independent state of Samoa for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Terence Michael Drew, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, National Security and Immigration, Health and Social Security of St. Kitts and Nevis. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Terence Michael Drew, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, National Security and Immigration, Health and Social Security of St. Kitts and Nevis. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is my honor in this my second year as the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis to join with members of the global family of nations and speak on behalf of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis at home and in their diaspora. I must first extend, however, condolences to people across the world who in a summer of scorching heat, the hottest in recorded human history, suffered every disaster known to humanity: fires, floods, droughts, earthquakes, hurricanes, tornadoes, and with them untold personal, social, and economic tragedies. I especially extend the heartfelt pain of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis at the recent disasters in Libya and Morocco. We in St. Kitts and Nevis are suffering the worst drought of our history, resulting in severe water shortage. Of course, we have not escaped. Mr. President, I extend sincere congratulations to you on your elections as President of this 78th session of the General Assembly. Your election has given pride and satisfaction to St. Kitts and Nevis and indeed the Caribbean community, and it stands as further testimony to the fact that small island developing states can contribute to positions of global leadership. Your term comes at a time of international complexity and conflict, of great global tensions and even greater global aspirations, of new geopolitical dynamics and even newer technologies which are transforming every aspect of life as we know it. These are times of great divide in income and well-being, combined with such growing insularity and loss of trust that it shouts the need for what Secretary General Guterres has rightly identified as the centrality of prevention, coordination, and partnership. St. Kitts and Nevis shares the view that this must be a period of prevention of the greatest downslide, socially, economically, environmentally, and of security for the people of the world. Mr. President, there exists an alarming lack of trust the world over. Lack of trust in state and global organizations, lack of trust in traditional media, and what some regard as its management and manipulation of information, and Mr. President, a lack of trust in the political class. In a world of distrust, the United Nations and its member states must show a sense of caring, inclusion, respect for the dignity of all to ensure we, the peoples, is a statement of unity and a clarion call for the word common to be truly reflected in how we view global commons and how we together achieve the agenda of the common good. If we are to rebuild trust and reignite global solidarity, leaders, particularly those in wealthier countries, must mean what they say and say what they mean. Developing countries are groaning under the weight of burgeoning challenges, not of their own making, and I would dare say some of which were inherited as a result of colonialization and transatlantic slave trade. Millions of Africans were uprooted from their homelands and transported across the Atlantic in the hulls of ships to be enslaved on plantations. This was the largest forced migration in human history, and it resulted in great wealth for some at the expense of the lives and the humanization of African peoples. It must be noted that compensation was paid to plantation owners, while the survivors of this crime against humanity were left in suffering and were hindered in their socio-economic development. Thus, it is past time for reparatory justice. I therefore encourage all to work together constructively as partners in the pursuit of and respect for justice. For as Martin Luther King said, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. The climate challenge must continue to be highlighted. The industrial behemoth countries and companies push SIDS and others to the front lines of climate change. They accept little responsibility for financing the adaptation and mitigation measures necessary for the survival of developing countries, which suffer the consequences of the lifestyles and industries of others. Consequently, countries like mine, which are unable to access concessionary funding, are forced to fix the climate crisis by obtaining loans at exorbitant rates from the very countries where the problem originated. Our carbon footprint as a country is very small, yet we face the existential threat of climate change. This is unjust. We therefore call for climate justice. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, there is an urgent need for the international community to address the gaps and shortfalls of the current international financial architecture, with a view to strengthening support for SIDS, in particular through a multilateral sovereign debt mechanism, meaningful reform of the governance of the international financial institutions, and enhanced access to financial resources. I congratulate the World Bank on recent steps in the right direction. However, there is still much ground to cover if states like mine are not to fail and our economies and societies are to remain viable. I commend the Bridgetown initiative of my sister, Prime Minister Mia Mottley, as having the potential to effect the kind of changes that are essential to ensure equitable growth and sustainable development. Mr. President, I see as an outcome to addressing the issue of access to capital the development of a relevant and effective MVI, Multidimensional Vulnerability Index. I would like to caution, however, that to be effective, debt must be part of the metrics used for assessment and ranking of countries. Further, the risk and cost of wipe-out environmental events, those which in a single event or series of events literally wipe out 5% of GDP or more, as well as the capacity to recover from such events, are all important metrics if the MVI is to work. Mr. President, at the national level, our government has commenced efforts to further ensure the holistic and resilient development of our communities. This undertaking is articulated in our vision to transform our country into a sustainable island state by 2040 and demonstrates the determination with which we take ownership of our own destiny and pursue our sustainable development aspirations. Our vision is buttressed by the 7 pillars: food security, green energy transition, economic diversification, sustainable industries, the orange economy, COVID-19 recovery, and social protection. These overarching areas include environmental sustainability, sustainable lives and livelihoods, health and wellness, and fiscal and debt resilience. To this end, we have made strides towards geothermal energy production and utilized loans from the CDB for this national development project, along with collaboration with groups such as the Atlantic Council and the PAC 30 initiative. Healthcare delivery and management have been strengthened. We have learned the lessons of the pandemic and are now better prepared for the crisis in health, even though the work continues. We are also building more transparent and participatory governance structures, as demonstrated by the passing into law the Integrity in Public Life and Good Governance legislations. We have also developed programs for the most vulnerable and marginalized, specifically women, youth, the elderly, the disabled, and the Rastafari community. We want to ensure that St. Kitts and Nevis leaves no one behind. Mr. President, we aspire to create a society where our people can live in safety and security. However, we are plagued by the scourge that is the proliferation of illicit and untraceable weapons flowing into our region. States that manufacture these weapons must take greater responsibility to combat the illegal flows that can threaten our national and regional security and can have devastating socio-economic consequences. We cannot win this fight against the guns on our own. International cooperation is necessary if we are to ensure the protection of our societies and our people. To this end, we thank the United States for increasing its collaboration with the region, with my own country, to deal with the illicit transshipment of guns and to buttress our overall national security apparatus. We must continue to work together to ensure continued success in this regard. Mr. President, it is of great concern that glaring global inequities persist and are growing wider despite sustained calls for global solidarity, action, and cooperation. For example, Venezuela has been placed in a precarious situation as a result of the application of sanctions, and its people continue to bear the brunt of these unilateral measures. We therefore strongly urge constructive dialogue between the governments of the Republic of Venezuela and the United States to relieve the hardships these impositions have caused the Venezuelan people. Further, it ought to be noted that while others benefit from access to Venezuela's natural resources, its Caribbean neighbors are denied as a result of these sanctions. Mr. President, continuing with inequities and the need for respect for sovereign states, Cuba, which has been a generous global partner, is caught in the clutches of an unjust and continuing economic, commercial, and financial embargo, which has caused suffering on a people who do not deserve it. The people of St. Kitts and Nevis stand in solidarity with the government and people of Cuba and call for the immediate ending of the embargo and the removal of Cuba from the unilateral list of state sponsors of terrorism. Mr. President, speaking to the issue of governments and peoples who are excluded from the full participation within the United Nations and the global multilateral systems, I recall the situation of Taiwan. Taiwan has proven itself to be a reliable development partner. which greatly contributes to collective efforts to address the pressing global issues of today. It is our firm belief that Taiwan should be able to make its contribution to the work and budget of multilateral institutions such as the United Nations and the World Health Assembly in furtherance of the common global goals. And it is a hope that the right of its 23 million people to adequate representation can be realized. Moreover, we urge for peace in that region of the world, as war would result in severe consequences for all of us. Mr. President, closer home, the ongoing dire situation in our sister nation Haiti demands the sustained attention and support of the international community. Haiti, the first black republic in the Western Hemisphere, continues to grapple with unimaginable scale of human suffering. A political resolution is urgently needed, while also recognizing that appropriate measures must be taken to reverse Haiti's legacy of underdevelopment. We cannot move forward on the acceleration of the Agenda 2030 if we continue to knowingly and deliberately leave some people behind. Mr. President, we are living in a world in flux, where new emerging poles and spheres of influence are challenging the existing so-called rules-based order. New currencies are being internationalized, new trade routes are taking shape, and new security, political and economic blocs are emerging to drive geopolitical advantage. The voice of the Global South is growing bolder, with increasingly louder rumblings among powerful blocs calling for change. The need for an enhanced role and presence of developing countries from the Global South within the UN Security Council could not be more compelling. And we are convinced that in the face of these complex changes, the reform of the Security Council is necessary to better reflect contemporary geopolitical realities and enhance its effectiveness. In conclusion, this reform is critical. Let us consider a reset. On the heels of the 40th anniversary of independence of my country, the 40th anniversary, we declare that there should be a reset. We can consider it here, for it gives us the opportunity to establish an improved path to what we seek to achieve as an assembly. For today, at a time that is as challenging as it is exciting, we stand at the juncture of what is and what could be. We know what is. We understand what could be. Ours is a challenge to ensure peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. St. Kitts and Nevis accepts the challenge and remains a ready and willing partner in our collective quest for a better world that we all deserve, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, National Security, Immigration, Health and Social Security of St. Kitts and Nevis for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. Okay. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Jose Ulysses Correa E. Silva, the Prime Minister and Minister of Reform of the Republic of Cabo Verde. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Jose Ulysses Correa y Silva, Prime Minister and Minister of Reform of the Republic of Cabo Verde, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Senhora Presidente, gostaria de saudá-lo em nome do
Mr.
povo de Cabo Verde.
President, I would like
Realizamos o debate
to
geral
greet you
desta
on
sessão,
the behalf of the people of Cabo
guiados
Verde.
pelo
We
propósito
have engaged in
de
the
acelerar a ação
session's
sobre a Agenda
general date with
2030
a view
e os seus
to
objetivos de
accelerating
desenvolvimento
action on the
sustentável.
Agenda 2030 and
O tema
its
do debate
sustainable
geral
development
deve de
goals.
facto mobilizar as
The
nações
theme of the general
em
debate
direção à paz,
must
à
indeed
prosperidade,
mobilize
ao
nations
progresso
toward
e à
peace,
sustentabilidade para todos.
prosperity, progress and
Excelências,
sustainability for
o mundo
all.
tem vivido momentos
Excellencies, the
intensos de
world has
crise.
experienced periods of
Assistimos
intense
ao recrudescer
crisis.
do populismo
We have
e
observed
do
a
extremismo
resurgence
e de
of
ataques
populism
à
and
democracia.
extremism,
Assistimos
as well
a
as
sucessivos
attacks on
golpes de Estado
democracy.
em países
There have been
africanos.
successive coup
Nestes
d'etats
tempos
in
difíceis,
African countries.
por causa da guerra na
These
Ucrânia,
difficult times
Cabo Verde
of
está
war
do
in
lado dos
Ukraine,
valores e dos princípios
Cabo
da
Verde is on
liberdade
the side of
e do respeito
values
pela
and principles
soberania
of freedom
e pela
and
integridade
respect for the
territorial dos
sovereignty and
povos
territorial
e dos
integrity of
países.
peoples and nations.
Condenamos a invasão da Rússia à
Based on
Ucrânia
these principles and
em nome
values,
desses
we
princípios
condemn
e valores.
the Russian invasion of
Nestes
Ukraine.
tempos difíceis,
In these
de
challenging
instabilidade
times
e sucessivos
caused
golpes
by
de Estado
instability and
em países
successive
africanos,
coup d'etats
Cabo
in
Verde está do
African
lado
countries,
dos
Cabo
princípios
Verde
e
is
dos
on the
valores da
side of
democracia
principles
liberal
and
e
values
constitucional.
of constitutional,
Em nome desses
liberal
princípios,
democracy.
condenamos o
Based
recurso
on
a
these
golpes de
principles,
Estado
we
como
condemn
forma
coup
de
d'etats
acesso
as a
ao poder.
means to achieve power.
Pesquisa recente do
A recent
Afrobarómetro
survey
mostra que
conducted
2
by
terços dos africanos
Afrobarometer
preferem a
shows that
democracia a qualquer outra
2/3
forma
of
de governo.
Africans prefer
Mas
democracy
apenas
over any
38%
other form of
manifestam
government,
satisfação
but only 38%
com o modo
are
como a
satisfied
democracia funciona
with
nos
how
seus países.
democracy works
Se
in
por
their
lado
countries.
existe um
If on
descaso
the one hand
entre
there
os
is a
cidadãos e o
disconnect
poder
between
político
the
quanto ao
citizens and
funcionamento da
political
democracia,
power with respect
por
to
outro
the
lado
workings
existe
of
oportunidade.
democracy, on the other
A
hand there
preferência dos
is an
cidadãos pela
opportunity.
democracia é oportunidade para
Citizens'
mais
preference
e melhor
for
democracia,
democracy is an
boa
opportunity
governança,
for more
mais
and better
empoderamento dos
democracy.
cidadãos, combate à
governance,
corrupção,
more citizen
transparência
empowerment,
fiscal e financeira
fighting
e
corruption,
políticas baseadas em resultados
financial and
que, de uma forma
political
generalizada,
transparency
tocam
and
a vida
policies
das
based on
pessoas,
results
criem
that
confiança
generally
e
impact
esperança,
people's lives and
sistemas
create
eleitorais
trust and hope.
e judiciais credíveis e
Credible and
confiáveis,
trustworthy
liberdade
electoral
de
and
imprensa,
judicial systems,
promotora do
freedom
pluralismo.
of the press,
Instituições
promoting
fortes
pluralism,
são
and
fundamentais
strong institutions
para a
are
confiança dos
fundamental
atores
for
políticos
political
e dos
actors
cidadãos
and
nas regras
citizens'
do jogo
trust
democrático.
in the rules of
Previnem
democracy.
crises graves
They
e
prevent
conflitos
serious
extremados
crises
e
and
reforçam
extreme
a
conflicts
democracia.
and strengthen democracy.
São questões de natureza
These
política
are issues of a
que merecem
political
ser
nature
assumidas
that merit
e debatidas
engagement
com
and
sentido
discussion
de
with a
prioridade
sense
pelos
of
líderes
urgency
políticos,
by political
para que a
leaders
estabilidade e a confiança
to allow stability
sejam
and
fatores
trust
promotores da paz,
to drive
do
peace,
progresso, da prosperidade
progress,
e da sustentabilidade.
prosperity and sustainability.
Com espírito de colaboração e
With the
resolução,
spirit of
Cabo
collaboration
Verde
and
está comprometido
resoluteness,
a
Cabo
trabalhar
Verde is
ao lado de
committed
todos
to
os Estados-membros
working
das
side by
Nações
side
Unidas
with all member
para
states of
abordar
the
a
United
insegurança
Nations
na
to
região
address
africana e no resto
insecurity in
do
the
mundo.
West African region
Juntos,
and in the rest
as
of the
Nações
world.
Unidas podemos transformar
Together,
este desafio em
nations
uma
united
oportunidade
can work,
para
convert
construir
this
um mundo
challenge into
mais
an
seguro,
opportunity to
onde a
build a
paz,
safer
a estabilidade
world
e a prosperidade
where peace,
sejam acessíveis
stability
a todos os povos.
and prosperity are accessible
O mundo
to
está
all
cada vez
peoples.
mais interligado.
The world
A pandemia
is
da
increasingly
Covid-19
interlinked.
demonstrou
The
com
COVID-19
intensidade
pandemic
e com gravidade
was an intense
que ninguém
and grave
fica
example
seguro
of how
quando
no
a
one is
insegurança
safe
se alastra
when
e não reconhece
insecurity
fronteiras.
spreads and
A
respects
parceria entre as
no
nações
borders.
é a chave
Partnerships
para
among
superar
nations
as
is
ameaças
key
à segurança
to
mundial.
overcome threats to world
Estamos a
security.
falar de segurança
And
na
we are
sua
referring to
abordagem
security in a
global
broad and
e
global
alargada.
sense.
Segurança sanitária,
Health security,
segurança climática e ambiental face
climate
às
and
pandemias
environmental
e às
security
mudanças
in the
climáticas,
context of pandemics
segurança
and climate
alimentar
change,
e segurança face às profundas desigualdades no acesso a bens básicos como a água, a eletricidade e o saneamento domiciliar. Segurança face ao tráfico de drogas, ao terrorismo, à pirataria marítima, ao tráfico de pessoas e ao cibercrime. O potencial pandémico de qualquer destes fatores de segurança é enorme e conhecido. É somente por meio da colaboração estreita, da parceria e da solidariedade que podemos criar um ambiente de segurança global duradouro. Devemos nos comprometer com a prevenção de conflitos, resolução e reconstrução pós-conflito, como partes integrantes da caminhada para os ODS. Sr. Presidente, aumentaram os desafios para o alcance dos ODS. O contexto global difícil não deve ser motivo para descontinuar ou enfraquecer os compromissos para a Agenda 2030. Pelo contrário, deve ser motivo para acelerar as reformas, os investimentos, os financiamentos, as parcerias e a solidariedade internacional. Deve ser motivo para implementar reformas na arquitetura financeira internacional. Motivo para operacionalizar instrumentos de financiamento climático e ambiental. Motivo para aumentar substancialmente os direitos especiais de SAC com simplificação das regras para a sua emissão e atribuição. Motivo para aliviar a dívida dos países menos desenvolvidos. Deve ser motivo para uma representação justa e relevante dos países africanos no Conselho das Nações, nomeadamente ao nível do Conselho da Segurança, das Nações Unidas e das instituições financeiras internacionais, como o Banco Mundial e o Fundo Monetário Internacional. Deve ser motivo para alcançar decididamente, para avançar decididamente com o Índice de Vulnerabilidade Multidimensional e a sua aplicação pela comunidade internacional como critério de acesso a financiamento de baixo custo e de longo prazo por parte dos CIDs e como critério para maior volume de financiamento. O desenvolvimento é uma jornada longa e exigente. Nessa caminhada, o contexto externo em que inserem os países é importante e condicionante. As parcerias para o desenvolvimento e particularmente as condições de financiamento são importantes. Mas existe uma condição determinante. O desenvolvimento só se alcança com forte comprometimento endógeno de cada país. Governos, cidadãos, empresas e organizações da sociedade civil. Um forte comprometimento com a criação de ambientes políticos, institucionais, económicos e sociais que estimulem os cidadãos, as empresas e as organizações da sociedade civil a investirem as suas energias, as suas competências e os seus recursos em prol do desenvolvimento pessoal, organizacional e coletivo. Um forte compromisso com a boa governança política, económica, social e ambiental. Pessoas, instituições e confiança são as chaves do sucesso. Em Cabo Verde é nisto que acreditamos. Sr. Presidente, a África precisa crescer mais e melhor e ter melhor inserção na economia mundial para produzir, exportar, criar empregos bem remunerados, erradicar a pobreza extrema e proporcionar felicidade aos seus povos. A África precisa de transformações estruturais ao nível do perfil de muitas economias baseadas em commodities, com baixo valor acrescentado, para economias mais diversificadas, com maior integração nas cadeias de valor e mais competitivas. Transformações ao nível da redução das vulnerabilidades, aumento da resiliência e respostas a choques externos, económicos, financeiros, energéticos, climáticos e pandémicos. Transformações estruturais ao nível das conectividades, um dos grandes constrangimentos à integração económica africana. A África precisa de uma aposta decisiva consistente e eficaz no capital humano. Educação de qualidade para todos, saúde para todos, acesso a bens básicos como a água, eletricidade e saneamento em casa de cada família. Os investimentos transformadores de longo prazo exigem recursos concessionais, previsibilidade, efeitos de escala e tempos de execução adequados para poderem produzir impactos significativos. O peso da dívida externa, os níveis dos riscos soberanos e as condições de financiamento dos países e das empresas africanas são assuntos sérios que bloqueiam saídas ao desenvolvimento. Precisam de soluções estruturadas e consistentes. São precisos mecanismos que criem ciclos virtuosos. A transformação da dívida em financiamento climático e ambiental é um desses mecanismos. Essa transformação pode libertar recursos para investimentos que impactam no aumento da resiliência, na redução da exposição a choques externos, na redução da emissão de carbono, na proteção da biodiversidade, na criação de oportunidades de investimentos para o setor privado e na criação de oportunidades de emprego qualificado para os jovens. Cabo Verde e Portugal celebraram recentemente um acordo de transformação da dívida bilateral em financiamento climático e ambiental, precisamente para atingir esses propósitos que eu anunciei. Se mais parceiros contribuírem, maior será a dimensão dos investimentos transformadores e mais acelerados serão os seus efeitos. Cabo Verde mantém o seu firme propósito de atingir os ODS com políticas integradas. Temos como objetivo erradicar a pobreza extrema em 2026. Não vamos deixar ninguém para trás na educação. Estamos a acelerar a transição energética. Estamos a investir para reduzir a dependência de fontes de água subterrâneas para a agricultura. Queremos transformar Cabo Verde numa nação digital e diversificar a economia. Nós abraçamos a Agenda 2030 das Nações Unidas como nosso roteiro para o progresso. O nosso segundo plano de desenvolvimento sustentável está orientado para esse compromisso. Reafirmamos o nosso firme empenho na materialização dos compromissos que acabamos de acordar na Cimeira dos ODS, vital para a década da ação. Somos interpelados a delinear ações inteligentes, visando a paz e a segurança internacionais, e assim acelerar a prosperidade, o progresso e a sustentabilidade para todos, para todas as pessoas, sem deixar ninguém para trás. Muito obrigado pela vossa atenção. God bless.
Thank you very much for your attention. God bless.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and the Minister of Reform of the Republic of Cabo Verde for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Hamza Abdi Bare, Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Somalia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Hamza Abdi Bare, Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Somalia, and invite him to address the Assembly.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of God, the most
أصحاب
gracious,
السعادة والفخامة رؤساء الدول والحكومات،
heads of states and
سيد
governments,
رئيس الدورة الثامنة والسبعين للجمعية العامة
the
للأمم
President
المتحدة،
of the 78th session of the
السيد الأمين العام للأمم
General
المتحدة،
Assembly, Your
السادة
Excellency,
والسيدات
the
الحضور
Secretary General
الكرام،
of the United
السلام عليكم
Nations,
ورحمة
ladies
الله
and
وبركاته.
gentlemen, peace and God's blessings be upon you all.
يسعدني أن أقف أمامكم
It
في
gives me
هذه
great
المنصة
pleasure to
التاريخية
stand before you
لنشارك
here at this
جميعا
historic
في الدورة الثامنة
podium
والسبعون
to
للجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة.
participate in the 78th session of
سيد
the
الرئيس،
General Assembly.
اسمح لي أن أعبر عن تهانينا الصادقة لسعادتكم ولدولة ترينيداد وتوباغو بمناسبة انتخابكم رئيسا للدورة 78 للجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة، مؤكدا لكم استعداد الصومال الكامل للتعاون معكم أثناء قيامكم بالمسؤوليات الموكلة إليكم. كما أود أن أنتهز من هذه الفرصة لأقدم تقديري لسلفكم السيد تشابا كروسو لرئاسته الناجحة في الدورة السابعة. سيد الرئيس، انطلاقا من موضوع هذه الجلسة المتمثل بإعادة بناء الثقة وتفعيل التضامن العالمي لتسريع العمل على الأجندة 2030 وأهدافها التنموية المستدامة، أستذكر المثل الصومالي القائل أقوني أريك مهرس، والذي يعني المعرفة نادرا ما تسبق البصر. الصومال بلد من الله به شعبا صامدا ذي إمكانات كبيرة غابرة غير قابلة للحصر. نرى بشكل لا لبس فيه التناقضات الواضحة بين التقدم الواعد الموجود على الأرض من جهة والحقائق القاسية للتحديات التي نواجهها من جهة أخرى. من أجل هذا أقف اليوم أمامكم كشاهد على العواقب الوخيمة الناتجة عن التقاعس عن العمل، لإدراك ما يعنيه هذا التقاعس للناس الأبرياء العاديين عندما تظل أهداف التنمية المستدامة دون تحقيق. وبينما نحن في منتصف هذه المرحلة، مرحلة تنفيذ أهداف التنمية المستدامة، يتعين علينا أن نكون قادرين على إضفاء طابع التجدد والتعجيل على أعمالنا، حيث انتهى وقت الرضا عن الذات، إذ أن الأجيال الصاعدة تتطلع منا كقادة ودول ومؤسسات تعزيز الجهود من أجل الوصول إلى الحلول المبتكرة لمشاكلنا وأزماتنا، ومن ثم إقامة شراكات فعالة لتحويل الوعود إلى سياسات والتزامات وإلى إجراءات ملموسة. ويجب علينا أن نمارس بشكل كامل التزامنا الأخلاقي لعدم ترك أحد ليتخلف عن الركب. وهذه هي أفضل طريقة يمكننا من خلالها ضمان حصول الجميع السلام والازدهار والتقدم والتنمية المستدامة. سيد الرئيس، لقد أظهر حاجة جائحة كوفيد-19 هشاشة عالمنا المترابط، ولكنها أيضا أبرزت قوة التضامن والتعاون التي ترشدنا خلال الأوقات العصيبة. لقد كشفت هذه التجربة المؤلمة عن فجوات في القدرة على تعبئة الموارد وفي آليات التأهب والاستجابة للوقاية من الأوبئة، وعليه وبناء على ما يتطلبه من تقديم استجابة عادلة وعاجلة لحالات الطوارئ العالمية من القيادة، يجب علينا أن نتبع نهجا يضم المجتمع بأكمله. ولهذا السبب نوصي ببناء منصات لتنسيق السياسات على المستويين العالمي والإقليمي وتجميع الموارد والخبرات لتعزيز نظام الوقاية من الأوبئة والتأهب، علما بأنه يجب على هذه المنصات تبني نهجا يحقق المساواة وأهداف التنمية المستدامة كمبادئ أساسية لتعزيز قدراتنا الجماعية على اكتشاف مثل هذه الصدمات والاستجابة لها والتعافي عنها وتعزيز التضامن العالمي. فكما أظهر التباين والتفاوت في تعبئة الموارد خلال فترة الجائحة، فإن الحاجة إلى إعادة هيكلة النظام المالي العالمي لم تكن أكثر إلحاحا من أي وقت مضى، إذ أننا نعيش في عالم واحد مترابط يتقاسم سكانه تطلعاتهم وتحدياتهم بشكل مماثل. ولهذا فإننا في حاجة ماسة إلى تبني نظام مالي قادر على تغيير هذه الحقائق الملموسة والمؤلمة. فلقد حان الوقت لتجاوز الهياكل التي عفى عليها الزمن وتصحيح المظالم التاريخية من أجل صياغة نظام مالي يتماشى مع قيم الرخاء المشترك والتقدم الجماعي. السيد الرئيس، السادة والسيدات الكرام، لا يمكننا زرع بذور الاستقرار والتقدم إلا في الأراضي التي تغذيها مبادئ الشورى والشمولية. واليوم يواجه عالمنا تحديات غير مسبوقة، حيث أن معدلات العنف آخذة في الارتفاع بشكل خطير، والتقنيات الجديدة مثل الذكاء الاصطناعي تخلق لنا جميعا دون استثناء مخاطر جديدة مروعة، إذ أن الازدياد الملحوظ في النزاعات المسلحة والانقلابات العسكرية خاصة في القارة الأفريقية مبعث قلق خطير. لما لهذه الصراعات من تأثير مدمر على حياة المدنيين، ولما تؤديه من انتشار النزوح والفقر على نطاق واسع، وهي الأمور كلها لا يزال الصومال يكافح من أجل التعافي منها. وفي ضوء الأحداث العالمية الأخيرة والتي تعيد إلى ذاكرتنا بماضينا الأليم، فإننا ندعو إلى وقف فوري وشامل للعنف والدمار، كما ندعو إلى الالتزام بالمبادئ الديمقراطية وحماية النظم الدستورية الضامنة للحريات المدنية. سيد الرئيس، في عصر يتسم بتزايد الكراهية والعنف، فإن الصومال ومن منطلق مبادئ الدين الإسلامي الحنيف وبتقاليده وتراثه يقف كمدافع ثابت عن مبدأ التسامح بين أصحاب الديانات وتعزيز التفاهم المتبادل بينهم. إننا ندين بشكل صريح لا لبس فيه التمييز العنصري والاضطهاد الذي يستهدف المجتمعات الإسلامية في كثير من أرجاء العالم، ونؤمن إيمانا راسخا بأنه لا يمكننا شق طريقنا نحو عالم متناغم إلا من خلال احتضان التنوع والقضاء على التحيز. وتظل قضية فلسطين التي لم تحل وصمة عار على ضمير الجماعي، مؤكدين لكم بأن الصومال سيواصل دفاعه عن الحقوق غير القابلة للتغير للشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق وتقرير مصيره، مؤكدا دعوته في قضية حل الدولتين العادلة والذي يحترم حدود 1967 ميلادي. إن تضامننا مع فلسطين هو شهادة على التزامنا الثابت بالعدالة وحماية حقوق الإنسان. إن الصومال يرحب بالخطة الجديدة للسلام والتي قدمها الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة أنطونيو غوتيريس، حيث أنها تذكير بأن الصراعات تنشأ من عدم معالجة المشاكل الناتجة عن عدم المساواة. ونحن نتفق تماما على ضرورة بذل الجهود لمعالجة الأسباب الجذرية للصراعات من خلال التنمية الشاملة والحوار وحماية حقوق الإنسان. سيد الرئيس، نعيش في نظام دولي متشرذم من جهة وغير متكافئ من جهة أخرى، ولهذا يدعو زملائي رؤساء الدول والحكومات العمل معا لإصلاح الهيئات المتعددة الأطراف مثل الأمم المتحدة والأنظمة المصرفية التنموية ومجلس الأمن التابع للأمم المتحدة، لأنه لم تعد هذه المؤسسات بهياكلها الحالية صالحة للتصدي للتحديات التي نواجهها اليوم. وعليه يجب علينا جميعا أن نبدأ بشكل جماعي في تنفيذ أجندة جماعية تجعل هذه المؤسسات أكثر شمولا وشفافية وخضوعا للمساءلة وملائمة لأغراضها وأهدافها ومقاصدها. إن قمة المستقبل التي تبناها الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة تقدم فرصة نادرة لمعالجة هذه الأهداف المشتركة، وندعوكم لمناصرة السلام والعدالة والقانون لوضع الأساس لعالم يتم فيه حل الصراعات من خلال الدبلوماسية والوسائل السلمية. سيد الرئيس، يشكل تغير المناخ تهديدا وجوديا للبشرية جمعاء، وهو تحد لا يعرف حدودا ولا يستجيب لردود معزولة، ولا يمكن معالجتها إلا من خلال العزيمة الموحدة. إن الأحداث المناخية المتضرفة وارتفاع درجة الحرارة وحرائق الغابات المشتعلة التي تلتهم مجتمعات بشكل غير متوقع وفي كثير من الأحيان خارج عن التنبؤات، تبعث لنا كلها تذكيرات واقعية بأن عواقب التقاعس عن العمل الجماعي المسؤول لم تعد مصدر قلق بعيد. وفي السنوات الأخيرة وقع الصومال بين حلقة مفرغة من الجفاف الطويل والفيضانات المدمرة التي أودت بحياة الآلاف وشردت الملايين، ومن الظلم إلى حد كبير أن تتحمل الصومال الدولة التي تساهم بالحد الأدنى من انبعاثات الكربون عالميا وطأة الآثار السلبية لتغير المناخ. ومن هذه المنصة ندعو المجتمع الدولي إلى دعمنا في معالجة هذه القضية الملحة وتعزيز قدراتنا على الصمود في مواجهة تغير المناخ. السيد الرئيس، ليس هناك دولة أكثر فقرا مقارنة بوضعها في الستينيات من الصومال، ومع ذلك أحرز الصومال في العقد الماضي تقدما ملحوظا نحو السلام والاستقرار، وبدأنا نشهد نموا اجتماعيا واقتصاديا نوعيا وملموسا. لقد أخذت حكومتنا مبدأ الصومال يعيش في سلام مع نفسه وفي سلام مع بقية العالم كركن أساسي في سياسة الخارجية، حيث تسعى إلى التعايش السلمي والتعاون الفعال مع جيراننا وشركائنا لتحقيق الرخاء المشترك. وعلى الصعيد المحلي اتخذنا نهجا تصالحيا للتوصل إلى تسويات سياسية وتعزيز التماسك الدائم داخل مجتمعنا، في حين أخذنا بيد من حديد لاجتثاث التطرف والقضاء عليه. وقد شهدت حملتنا الأخيرة ضد الإرهاب نقلة نوعية ضد الإرهابيين عسكريا وماليا وإيديولوجيا، ونجحت في تطهير أكثر من 45% من المناطق التي كانت تحتلها في السابق جماعة الشباب الإرهابية في أقل من عام واحد. سيد الرئيس، لقد أثبتت مساعينا خلال العام الماضي بأنه مع الالتزام والتصميم والتعاون الفعال مع الشركاء والمجتمعات المحلية لن يكون لدى الإرهابيين حجر يختبئون تحته. ولهذا ندعو إلى ضرورة استخدام نهج مماثل للقضاء على الإرهاب الدولي، كما يجب علينا ضمان الاندماج الفعال للمجتمعات المحلية وحماية حقوقها من خلال توفير العدالة النافذة وسيادة القانون. وهنا أود أن أغتنم هذه الفرصة للإشادة بشجاعة وتضحيات البعثة الاتحاد الأفريقي الانتقالية في الصومال، كما نشكر البلدان المساهمة بقوات وجميع شركائنا وحلفائنا على دعمهم الأخوي. وتلتزم الصومال بالتنفيذ الكامل من خطة الانتقال الأمني وتولي المسؤوليات الأمنية الكاملة بعد خروج الكامل للقوات الأفريقية أتمس بحلول 2024. وفي هذا السياق أود أن أكرر نداء الصومال من أجل الرفع الكامل وغير المشروط لحظر الأسلحة الذي فرضه مجلس الأمن التابع للأمم المتحدة في عام 1992، وهو الحظر الأطول زمنا والأكثر توسعا وشمولا لأنواع الأسلحة على الإطلاق في العالم، علما بأن الصومال اليوم لديه أنظمة إدارية أكثر قوة للتحكم في حيازة الأسلحة النارية واستخدامها وتخزينها. إن رفع الحصار سيمكننا من مكافحة الإرهاب بشكل فعال وبناء مستقبل سلمي ومزدهر لشعبنا. السيد الرئيس، الزملاء رؤساء الدول والحكومات، السيدات والسادة الكرام، يتضلع الصومال إلى مستقبل زاهر ومشرق بحيث نقترب من تحقيق ثلاث خطوات حاسمة. الأولى، الوصول إلى مرحلة تحقيق متطلبات مبادرة البلدان الفقيرة المثقلة بالديون، حيث نجحنا في الوصول إلى نقطة القرار في إطار هذه المبادرة، ونتوقع أن نصل إلى نقطة الإكمال بحلول نهاية هذا العام، مما يمهد الطريق لتخفيف عبء الديون على الصومال وإطلاق العنان للموارد الحيوية للصومال لتحقيق النماء الذاتي. الثانية، الوصول إلى مرحلة ما بعد الإرهاب المتمثل بحركة الشباب الخوارج. فبينما نواصل حملتنا بقوة للقضاء على الإرهاب من وسطنا، فإننا متفائلون بالفرص التي لا نهاية لها لتحقيق التقدم الاجتماعي والاقتصادي في بلد خال من التهديدات الأمنية. الثالثة، الوصول إلى مرحلة ما بعد أتمس قوات خروج القوات الأجنبية وتحمل الدولة الصومالية المسؤولية الكاملة عن أمنها، والذي هو خطوة مهمة نحو إعادة تأكيد سيادتنا وإعادة تأسيس العقد الاجتماعي مع مواطنينا وتعزيز مجتمع مسالم ومتماسك. ونحن على استعداد للانضمام مرة أخرى إلى المجتمع العالمي كشريك نشط ومنتج. ونحن وندعو المجتمع الدولي للانضمام إلينا في هذه المرحلة، وأن تكونوا جزءا من نجاحنا. سيد الرئيس، سيدات والسادة، في الختام، الصومال بلد جميل غني برأس مال طبيعي وبشري. أبوابنا مفتوحة على مصراعيها أمام أي جهد تعاوني للاستثمار في إمكاناتنا المتنوعة وتحقيق الرخاء المشترك للجميع. استثمر في الصومال، استثمر في المستقبل. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Somalia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I now give the floor to His Excellency Salomaksai Kamasith, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Lao People's Democratic Republic. I have great pleasure in welcoming
Mr. President. At the outset, I would like to extend my profound congratulations to His Excellency Dennis Francis on his election as President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly, and I wish him a very successful presidency. Today, the international community is facing a multiple crisis at a level we had never experienced before. Following the negative impacts of COVID-19 pandemic, the major challenges facing developing countries varies from an increasing extreme poverty, external debt, and unjust international financial architecture to extreme natural calamities, external debt, unjust international financial architecture to extreme natural calamities as seen in many parts of the world, especially the recent natural disasters that occurred in Morocco and Libya. I join other speakers in expressing our sympathy and condolences to the people of Morocco and Libya. This has already been compounded by regional tensions and unilateral measures as a result of geopolitical rivalry. All this has not only hampered the hard-earned development progress during the last decades, but also threatened the survival of humankind. At this critical juncture, the most appropriate solutions are needed in order to address such challenges. It requires unifying collective actions that are guided by the principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter, and we must firmly uphold multilateralism in tackling them. To save our world from another catastrophe, our shared wisdom and united political determination are more critical than ever. This must be done by putting aside any unilateral interests and resolutely avoiding greater confrontation and division among the UN member states. To this end, the United Nations must be reformed in a way that it can effectively fulfill its mandate. We need the UN that is more relevant and effective in the rapidly changing geopolitical landscape and be able to address the challenges threatening international peace, security, and sustainable development. We believe that we are now better equipped to tackle global challenges, which include, among others, scientific, technological advancement, innovation. Yet, without common design, shared responsibilities, and collective action, the most vulnerable people in the world will continue to be left behind. Mr. President, resolving global conflict and disputes by peaceful means is the only viable way to ensure long-lasting peace and coexistence. In this regard, we urge an immediate end to the conflict in Ukraine through peaceful dialogues, without which we all would continue to be impacted. We also demand a peaceful solution to the Middle East problem. The Lao PDR calls for all parties concerned to resume dialogue and restore mutual trust for solving the long overdue Palestinian issue through the establishment of two sovereign states coexisting peaceful in line with the relevant UN resolution. Like many others, the Lao PDR believes that unilateralism, particularly unilateral cohesive measures, not only contravenes the principle of the UN Charter and international law, but also severely cause negative consequences to innocent people, hinder international development of many developing countries. In this regard, my delegation continues to join global call for lifting the economic embargo against Cuba and removing it from the list of state sponsors of terrorism, as well as ending all unilateral cohesive measures. Mr. President, approaching the midpoint of implementation of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, many countries are still lagging behind. Therefore, we must further strengthen and scale up our collective efforts, which include harnessing scientific and technological achievements to accelerate sustainable development and unleash new impetus for innovation-driven growth. At the G77 in China summit held in Havana last week, heads of state and governments of developing countries echo that science, technology, and innovation, including information and communication technologies, have become fundamental to addressing global challenges and are one of the driving mechanisms of transformation to accelerate progress towards achieving 2030 Agenda. In this context, global governance system based on science, technology, and innovation is essential to identify problems and find effective solutions for sustainable economic development, environment conservation, poverty reduction, and addressing inequality. Likewise, to scale up the implementation of SDG, the UN development system, development partners, and international financial institutions must act together in a more coordinated manner. The UN development system at all levels must also play an essential role in resource mobilization and coordination, including supporting countries in special situations, namely LDCs, LLDCs, and SEEDs, to address their specific challenges. It is evident that one of the key obstacles to SDG implementation has always been insufficient financing. Let me quote the call by the UN Secretary General Guterres: "The global financial system is biased, morally bankrupt, and skewed to benefit wealthy countries." End of quote. This is a clear signal that the reform of the international financial architecture is an urgent and long overdue task. And this cannot be done without strengthening the participation of developing countries in international economic decision-making, norm setting, and global economic governance in order to adapt to the challenging global economic landscape. Mr. President, the SDG is not just a global development goal, but for the Lao PDR, it is a national commitment. In addition to 17 global SDG, the Lao PDR has SDG 18, which is achieve lives saved from unexploded ordnance, or UXO. Although most of its indicators have advanced to different degrees, the UXO remains a threat to our national development and poses an obstacle to other SDG. We therefore take this opportunity to call for continued support and assistance from the international community to address these prolonged and challenging tasks. For the remainders of SDG, their integration into our national strategies signifies our unwavering dedication. Despite our great effort, the progress base remains less than desirable, as many have stagnated or regressed. The Lao government is now carrying out the third voluntary national review process, conducting track analysis for selected SDGs to identify what need more attention and support. We will present our VNR at the 2024 High-Level Political Forum. In addition, the Lao government has taken various measures, including development of financing strategy as part of the integrated national financing framework, with a view to building a more resilient national financing architecture, as well as opening a window of opportunity to meet the financing needs. As for the LDC graduation effort, we are embarking on the adoption of the National Smooth Transition Strategy, which will help the government, development partners, and relevant stakeholders to stay focused more on development priorities, addressing the most pressing needs and challenges that may disrupt the country's graduation process. Mr. President, the Lao PDR has considerable natural capital, rich biodiversity, and abundant water resources, with opportunity to renewable energy development and investment in carbon capture and storage, which can provide the country with significant development potentials. In this context, we see the important role of science, technology, and innovation in advancing the country's national development agenda to promote green and inclusive growth, as well as digital economy over resource-driven economies with a view to enhancing sustainable use of natural resources. In this connection, the Lao PDR has adopted its national digital economy development vision and strategy. Although the Lao PDR is among the countries who contribute the least to global emission, like others, we are the victim of climate change. Nevertheless, we are strongly committed ourselves to the international climate obligations. The Lao government has already adopted national strategy for climate change, but to ensure its full and effective implementation, it requires sufficient financial resources as well as technical assistance, that means, and access to climate finance and other funding resources, which would greatly support developing countries. In this regard, my country urges to realize the international commitment, particularly $100 billion in climate finance for countries in need the most. To this end, our delegation trusts that the outcome of the Climate Ambition Summit 2023 will lay a foundation for concrete actions in the lead-up to COP28. Mr. President, this year marks the 56th anniversary of the establishment of Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN. As an intergovernmental organization for regional cooperation, ASEAN has not only upheld the regionalism and multilateralism, but also played a central role in maintaining and promoting peace, security, and development in the region. We in ASEAN are committed to further strengthen the ASEAN community, as well as enhancing ASEAN unity and centrality in our engagement with external partners, including through ASEAN-led mechanism in order to promote an enabling environment for peace, stability, and prosperity in the region and beyond. In 2024, the Lao PDR will assume the ASEAN chairmanship with the theme ASEAN Enhancing Connectivity and Resilience. The Lao PDR will continue to build upon the past achievement of ASEAN in strengthening the ASEAN community and enhancing ASEAN external relations with our partners for more connected and resilient ASEAN. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate the Lao PDR's commitment to multilateralism with the United Nations at the core, as well as the firm determination to advancing the implementation of the three pillars of sustainable development: economic, social, and environmental, so no one is left behind. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Lao People's Democratic Republic. I now give the floor to His Excellency Demeke Mekonnen Hassan, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Ethiopia.
ክቡር ፕሬዝዳንት፣ ክቡራን የሀገራት መሪዎች፣
Mr. President,
ክቡር የተባበሩት መንግስታት
Excellencies, Heads
ድርጅት
of
ዋና
State
ጸሐፊ፣
and Government,
የተከበራችሁ
Excellency
የጉባኤው
Secretary General of
ተሳታፊዎች፣
the United Nations,
ክቡራትና
distinguished
ክቡራን፣
delegates, ladies
ከሁሉ
and
አስቀድሜ
gentlemen,
በዚህ ታላቅ ጉባኤ ፊት ቆሜ
it is my
ሀገሬን
honor
በመወከል
to
ንግግር
address
በማድረጌ
this August Assembly
ደስታ ይሰማኛል።
representing Ethiopia.
ክቡርነቶ የተባበሩት መንግስታት ድርጅት ጠቅላላ ጉባኤ ፕሬዝዳንት ሆኖ
I would like to
በመመረጥዎ
extend my heartfelt
እንኳን ደስ አለዎት
congratulations to
በማለት
Your Excellency
መልካም
on your
ምኞቴን
election
ለመግለጽ
as the President
እወዳለሁ።
of the 78th session of the General
የተረከቡትን
Assembly.
ኃላፊነት በመወጣት ሂደት የኢትዮጵያ ሙሉ ድጋፍ
I
እንደማይለየዎትም
assure you of my country's full
አረጋግጣለሁ።
support in the execution
Mr.
of your
President,
responsibilities.
We are gathering at a time when the world is faced with a multitude of challenges. In such times, we must ask ourselves, do we have the necessary political will to choose the global partnership over geopolitical competition? Are we prepared to work together towards a promising age of shared prosperity? Are we also committed to working together to serve our planet and to meet the aspiration of over 8 billion people? The uncomfortable truth is that we are increasingly witnessing policy choices that escalate tensions, threatening the peace and stability of the world. Poverty and hunger are rising. The progress towards achieving the sustainable development goals of track, pushing the objective of eliminating extreme poverty by 2030 even further behind. The global inflation and the rise in cost of living are undermining development gains, further worsening the challenges of the most vulnerable communities. Investment in human capital and skills development remain critical for developing countries. Climate change continues to cause devastating impacts across the globe. Africa and other climate vulnerable regions are enduring disproportionate adverse effects. The target of mobilizing $100 billion by 2030 to support mitigation and adaptation efforts of developing countries has not been achieved The upcoming COP28 climate change conference to be held in the United Arab Emirates should thus be seized as an opportune moment to take bold actions. The threat of nuclear weapons is another source of grave concern for humanity. The international community needs to prioritize dialogue to de-escalate tensions and prevent the threat of nuclear weapons. We should also ensure that new technologies such as artificial intelligence are used responsibly in a manner that benefits humanity. The global community can address these challenges through meaningful cooperation. The letter and spirit of the United Nations Charter demands that we come together to tackle this challenge with the highest sense of urgency and partnership. Ethiopia calls on all member states to recommit the Charter of the United Nations. Maintaining the status quo will not advance our shared interest of ensuring peace and prosperity. We should collectively work for an inclusive multilateral system to renew our global solidarity. Mr. President, a new global collective security system that respects the sovereignty of member states and prevents conflict is vital. As a long-time champion and active participant in the UN-mandated peacekeeping operations across the globe, Ethiopia underscores that reforming the UN Security Council is not a choice, but absolute necessity. We need a reformed and representative Security Council that is fit for purpose. Allocating permanent seats for Africa, as contained in our continental common position, is politically and morally justified. Ethiopia commends the effort of the UN Secretary General for the financing of the African Union peace support operations from assessed contributions. National ownership of security responsibilities is imperative. For peacekeeping operations to achieve their objectives, robust capacity building support should be provided to national law enforcement structures. Unilateral sanctions and coercive economic measures violate the UN principles and international law. Ethiopia opposes such measures imposed on developing countries and calls for their unconditional removal. We wish to underline that diplomatic dialogue among sovereign nations should be the primary tool to resolve differences. Ethiopia and other developing countries have also been advocating for the reform of the United Nations system as a whole. We call for a more inclusive and effective multilateral mechanism that works fairly for developing countries. The BRICS have championed this call. That is why Ethiopia is grateful to have been invited to join the group. Mr. President, while the world has the financial resources to fund all development targets of the 2030 Agenda, its implementation has fallen behind. Therefore, what we need is firm political commitment and renewed global partnership. The Addis Ababa Action Agenda should also be fully implemented to meet the SDGs. Ethiopia has aligned its 10-year development plan with the SDGs. We are resolute in accelerating our inclusive political and economic reforms for a more peaceful and prosperous society. We are also committed to finding comprehensive solutions to the climate crisis. The Ethiopians' own flagship program, the National Green Legacy Initiative, is a demonstration of this commitment. The objective of the program is to cultivate a green culture and ensure the country's development through rural and urban green initiatives. The program has been successful, and we are making every effort to share our experience. Mr. President, the Pretoria Peace Agreement ended a two-year-long conflict in northern Ethiopia. This agreement is a practical embodiment of African solutions to African problems. The implementation of the agreement continues to make significant progress, despite some delays in the execution of the disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration process. There is a need to expedite this process and ensure its successful completion. The continued implementation of the agreement is a clear manifestation of the government's commitment to resolving political differences through dialogue and constitutional means. We are also actively undertaking rehabilitation and reconstruction programs in areas affected by conflict. I would like to reaffirm that government is committed to consolidate peace and stability throughout the country. We continue to pursue dialogue for sustainable and peaceful solutions. To ensure accountability, reconciliation, truth-telling, and healing, Ethiopia is finalizing its transitional justice policy. Nationwide consultations on policy options for transitional justice have been effectively conducted in all regions across the country. Through the National Dialogue Commission, Ethiopia has also embarked on inclusive dialogue to address past and present societal concerns. We are confident that this would contribute to realizing a prosperous future for all citizens. Mr. President, conflict-induced crises in the Horn of Africa require a regional approach with the support of the international community. We express our solidarity with the brotherly nations of the Republic of Sudan, which is facing difficult times. We are confident that Sudan will find a way to resolve the conflict peacefully and re-establish order. Ethiopia has been supporting the effort for peace with full respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Sudan. It is important to make sure that all peace initiatives are coordinated. Ethiopia continues to honor its responsibility by promoting regional integration to advance peace, stability, economic cooperation, and people-to-people ties. We are working to materialize the development potential of our region. Ethiopia is determined to cooperate with its neighbors to expand trade, investment, and regional integration through infrastructure development, efficient logistics, and connectivity. Any bottleneck that would constrain shared prosperity of the region needs to be addressed in a concerted approach. Fostering closer partnership is critical to create access to seamless connectivity. Cultivating mutual trust and friendship is the right choice for regional cooperation and interdependence. Regional cooperation positively impacts the lives of people, especially when complemented by well-developed infrastructure projects. The Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam is one such project that meets the legitimate development aspirations of Ethiopians and the region at large. Ethiopia welcomes the resumption of the trilateral talks with Egypt and Sudan. We remain committed to a negotiated win-win outcome facilitated by the African Union. Mr. President, Africa is a continent of hope with immense potential for prosperity. The continent has already been implementing its transformative and ambitious Agenda 2063. However, unleashing Africa's potential requires mobilizing domestic and external financial resources. The international financial architecture should be reformed with a special consideration for Africa's needs and priorities. A fast-tracked resolution of Africa's debt crisis
and the provision of additional development finance should be top on our agenda. Ethiopia advocates for an inclusive international order that recognizes the contribution of all countries. The very survival of humanity, the safety of our planet, the peace and security of the world is at stake. Therefore, hope, justice, and equality for all should indeed define the fundamental agenda of this Assembly. Beyond the rhetoric, this august body has a responsibility to promote global consensus and translate ideas proposed in this very hall into concrete actions. As I conclude, I would like to emphasize we are at a critical juncture where humanity must come together with a unity of purpose for peace and prosperity, with full awareness that our time to serve is limited. Each of us gathered here today should reflect on the legacy we wish to leave behind for future generations. I thank you. አመሰግናለሁ.
I thank you.
I thank you, the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Ethiopia. I now give the floor to His Excellency John Rousseau, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Immigration, Lands and Physical Planning of Papua New Guinea.
His Excellency Mr. Dennis Francis, President of the General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished heads of state and government, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor and privilege to address this august hall for the first time as Deputy Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, and on behalf of my Prime Minister, the Honorable James Marape, and the government and people of Papua New Guinea. I congratulate you, Mr. President, and the government and people of Trinidad and Tobago on your successful election to preside over the new term of the General Assembly's work. With your extensive diplomatic experience and unique perspective from a fellow small island developing state, your chosen theme on peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability with multilateralism at its core resonates well with us. I wish you well in your mandate, and I assure you of our full support. May I also thank your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Saba Kurosi, for ably leading our collective work this past year in a challenging environment. We wish him well in his future endeavors. Let me also extend our appreciation to Mr. Secretary General for his strategic foresight, dynamic and action-oriented leadership to shape a better, peaceful, prosperous and shared future for humanity and the planet through the primacy of multilateral cooperation in this United Nations. Mr. President, today we meet with a global backdrop of development indices at national and international level, all pointing in the wrong direction, and the road ahead is not easy for all of us. This therefore requires our individual and collective partnerships for our people, for prosperity and the planet. For Papua New Guinea, we continue to face a daunting situation to building back better from the COVID-19 pandemic aftermath. This is compounded by the worsening climate crisis, the socio-economic and supply chain adverse impacts of the unacceptable war waged against Ukraine, the financial and economic burdens arising from the existing unfair and archaic international financial system, and our own domestic challenges, including economic growth, debt sustainability, and providing our people's basic needs and social protection. We are, however, encouraged by the world coming together here to discuss and explore opportunities and solutions to surmount our shared development challenges. Fellow leaders, Mere rhetoric talkfest and hollow-sounding promises are what we must avoid. But rather, let us use this opportunity to ensure that we put in place concrete, result-orientated and workable ways and means that will help support effective, timely and sustained delivery of the basic needs of our citizens and the development aspirations of our countries while protecting our environment. Mr. President, my government has decided to take a bold, decisive and pragmatic leadership and ownership to address head-on our own development challenges in critical areas such as economic growth, health services, education, law and justice sector and infrastructure, including information and communication technology for e-government, as well as how we deal with the external shocks to our country and our people. These issues are now addressed through the Papua New Guinea new 5-year 2023-2027 Medium-Term Development Plan 4, launched in July this year, with a theme of national prosperity through growing the economy and 12 strategic priority areas of focus for our national development. It also clearly identifies the measures, including funding needed to attain our development priorities and aspirations. Mr. President, we are embarking on growing our economy from the current $31 billion per year to $57 billion by 2030 and aim to create an additional 1 million jobs countrywide. This will be catalyzed by the diversification of our economy from the non-renewable sector driven by mining, oil and gas to complementary support from the renewable sectors, including notably in agriculture, fisheries, the service sector and concrete support for our small to medium-sized enterprises in the informal and formal sector and providing the infrastructure necessary together with investment in education and health, and special economic zones with incentives for productive investment to propel our country forward. This National Development Plan, together with our overall long-term Vision 2050 Strategic Development Roadmap, provides the cornerstone for the future we want. These will deliver for us on improving the quality of life for our people, the country's prosperity, peace and security, and better environmental protection and climate change, mitigation and adaptation, as well as enabling Papua New Guinea to become an upper middle income country by 2030 and to improve by 2050 our Human Development Index global rating. Our Medium-Term Development Plan 4 also integrates and reaffirms my country's strong commitment to accelerate and deliver on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which at present remains a serious concern for us because of the global polycrisis impact domestically and our own national challenges. We are determined to ensure that our new development roadmap is a springboard for progressive implementation of the 2030 Agenda in a more comprehensive, focused, resourceful and accountable way. Mr. President, Papua New Guinea has prioritized health as a core national development agenda, as spelled out in our new 4th Medium-Term Development Plan and the National Health Plan 2021 to 2030, supported by relevant policies. It underlines our commitment to universal health coverage and quality and affordable health care by focusing on people and the environment, engaging with social partners and sectors, and increasing access to quality and affordable health services. This followed our 2020 National Review of the Health System that highlighted the need for review and reform of policies and laws on health issues in the country, and for a stronger health system to cater for our people's basic health needs and to achieve universal health coverage by 2030. It underscored the importance of multi-stakeholder approach to strengthening existing partnerships and building new ones, to mobilize resources, appropriate technologies and financial support, including capacity building and training opportunities to deliver the health outcomes we need for our people and our country. The necessity to ensure effective governance and accountability in the health sector, including transparency and proper oversight in procurement procedures and processes and delivery mechanisms which are vital, including for eliminating overhead costs and malpractices in the health sector. For us, major health challenges remain in the prevention and control of communicable diseases and non-communicable diseases, and on reproductive, maternal, newborn, and child health. Tuberculosis also remains a serious concern in our country, and we continue to witness increasing lifestyle and cancer-related deaths in recent years. However, the health review and reforms and strategic privatization has made positive impacts, including in transforming our national health system and focus on training more medical staff, including doctors and nurses. But much more work remains to be done. We therefore welcome development partnership in the health sector, which is crucial for us given the limited health-related experts, institutional and systemic capacity and resources that continue to challenge the effective delivery of healthcare and services to our people, especially the rural majority. We look forward to harnessing the outcomes of the just concluded 3 health-related high-level meetings to support a recovery from the pandemic and to deliver on SDG 3 in the country. Mr. President, the importance of partnerships for national development, including on the SDGs, especially in a challenging global situation such as today, cannot be overstated. We therefore welcome genuine and durable partnerships from all stakeholders at all levels in supporting our development priorities and aspirations, including for the SDGs. In our view, however, development partnerships should be based on an equal footing rather than a donor-recipient lens that undervalues recipient countries' contributions. This will help build trust, confidence, and enhance effective development partnerships. For Papua New Guinea, strategic development partnership is recognized in Pillar 12 of our new medium-term development Plan 4. We call on all our development partners to ensure that their official development assistance to Papua New Guinea is aligned under this framework with our own national development agenda priorities that averts unnecessary parallel efforts and for cost-effective partnerships for mutually beneficial outcomes to be achieved. Let me also use this occasion to acknowledge and thank all our valued development partners for their constructive partnerships and support for my country's development efforts. We look forward to further strengthening the cooperative relations going forward. Mr. President, financing for development remains a serious challenge for us, as it is for many other developing countries, including from the pandemic aftermath. The growing divide between countries that can access affordable financing for development and those that cannot is a serious concern that must be addressed swiftly if we are genuine about leaving no one behind. We also note the outcomes of the high-level meeting on financing for development and the SDG summit held at leaders level earlier this week, and that strongly support the call by the United Nations Secretary General for a US $500 billion annual SDG stimulus to support developing countries. This is a most timely and relevant given the challenging development circumstances the world is currently facing. If realized, accessing such funding support to developing states should be at speed, scale, and be less onerous. Mr. President, for my country, we need around $26 billion in the next 5 years to grow our national economy to reach our development aspirations of $57 billion per year economy, to take us progressively into the future, including delivering on our SDG commitment. According to the international financial system and other pundits, Papua New Guinea is rated to be at a high debt risk given our debt to GDP ratio. We recognize this concern. However, we need to fund our development framework and its effective implementation to cater for our growing population demands. We are taking leadership and ownership of our domestic resource mobilization, including financing our development priorities through measures such as tax reforms and enhanced internal revenue collection, strengthening governance laws and policies to tide illicit financial flows, addressing systemic issues on foreign exchange, reviewing and revising our domestic laws and policies to ensure that our natural resources development in the extractive industry is on fair, just and equitable terms, incentivizing public service partnership and supporting SMSEs in the formal and informal sectors. This has enabled us to provide a core funding for development, which is complemented by a small fraction of external financial support from our development partners. We are also working with the IMF and other bilateral development partners to move from a deficit budget to a more balanced one to cushion the impact of debt servicing on the delivery of our development needs. Mr. President, we must ensure that the financial resources needed to progress our national development agenda, including for the SDGs, are accessible, affordable, and delivered on a sustained basis that is predictable for countries to access. We also welcome development financing partnerships through debt for nature swaps as an important tool to address our debt issues while conserving our natural ecosystems. We cannot afford to sacrifice our people's development needs by merely conserving our natural resources without appropriate incentives to cater for their needs. Let me also underscore that it is not enough to demand countries to fix their domestic systems to support their development financing. It is also crucial that we must effectively and urgently address the existing shortcomings of the international financial system that continue to be a bane to the financing for development needs of developing countries like my own. We therefore join other countries and the Secretary General to call for the urgent and comprehensive reform of the international financial architecture to address the economic and financial challenges facing developing nations, especially small island developing states just like mine. Mr. President, Papua New Guinea further calls on the international financial institutions and development partners to use the final report and recommendations of the high-level panel of the Multi-Dimensional Vulnerability Index as a tool to adequately account for the key factors of vulnerability, such as the adverse impacts of climate change and natural disasters, into their decision-making, rather than relying on the GDP, GNI per capita as the sole measure of a country's development. We also strongly support the Bridgetown Initiative as a part of the reform of the global financial system to improve the response to the climate crisis and the particular development challenges, including access to affordable financing and debt relief. Mr. President, an ongoing concern for my country in the context of financing for development is the unintended consequences arising from anti-money laundering laws from the international perspective. As a small economy that is primarily rural and cash-based, anti-money laundering laws impede development growth in my country. We need to ensure that the application of one-size-fits-all money laundering laws does not continue to be a hindrance to the economic growth and sustainable developments of small developing countries like ours. This, however, does not imply our derogation of duties in upholding the rule of law, but rather to ensure the financing we need for national development does not become a victim of these such laws. Mr. President, the ongoing extreme and increasingly tragic weather and slow onset events multiplied across the world, which Secretary General Guterres aptly called the era of global boiling, has arrived, emphasizes to all of us the critical need to confront and address the climate crisis swiftly. From our highlands region to the coastal lowlands and offshore in our island communities, the ravages of the climate crisis, as seen in natural disasters, droughts, sea level rise, and food insecurity, and also the impact on our economy, continues unabated, despite our negligible greenhouse gas emissions. This provided the backdrop to our own second National Climate Summit held last week in our capital with our development partners on what we must do nationally and with other stakeholders going forward. We applaud the United Nations Secretary General's strong and dedicated leadership on climate change, including for the Climate Ambition Summit held earlier this week. We also commend United Arab Emirates and Egypt as incoming and outgoing COP presidents, respectively, for the ministerial meeting on loss and damage, and look forward to further engage on it at COP28. Mr. President, for Papua New Guinea, like many of our fellow Pacific Island countries, let me reiterate our position that climate change is a key priority for us, as this remains the single greatest existential threat to the lives and livelihoods, security and well-being of our people. The critical importance and urgency to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees through rapid, deep and sustained reductions in greenhouse gas emissions cannot be overstated enough. This is critical to the survival of our smaller island nations in the Pacific. That is why Papua New Guinea strongly supported our Melanesian neighbor, Vanuatu's landmark General Assembly resolution adopted last March on an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice on climate change and look forward to its outcome. As host to 7% of the world's biodiversity, Papua New Guinea has an important role, and our evolving national plans, policies, legislations, and partnerships on climate change underscores this strong commitment. This is reflected yet again in our new Medium-Term Development Plan 4, Strategic Priority Area 10 on climate change and natural environment protection. Mr. President, Papua New Guinea is indeed pleased to note that we have made much national progress on the climate change front, which we take pride in, given our efforts so far as implementing our targets under the nationally determined contributions. At the Climate Ambition Summit, Papua New Guinea announced our national commitments towards a 1.5 degrees global temperature goal and for climate justice. In brief, these included, inter alia, our milestone achievement in June 2022 of our 2050 net zero target, the completion and launching earlier in the year our 2022-2030 National Adaptation Plan on climate-resilient agriculture, infrastructure and transport and health sector responsiveness to climate-sensitive diseases, and the political commitments to use our marine and terrestrial natural resources to address climate change, including for just transition to renewable energy. Mr. President, we therefore call again on, firstly, high carbon emitting nations and developed country economies to do better, much, much more better. Secondly, developed countries must urgently deliver on the climate finance commitment of $100 billion per year and ensure that the distribution of these funds is equitable, accessible, and timely. Thirdly, for international financial institutions and development partners, including the Green Climate Fund, to ensure that countries like mine have timely access to climate finance for mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage in order to accomplish just transition and ensure resilience against the effects of climate change. Fourthly, we welcome international support for investments in downstream processing of our natural resources to make the transformation we need to further support our enhanced climate ambition for the global temperature goal and for climate justice. At the Pacific regional level, Papua New Guinea urges the international community to contribute to the Pacific Resilience Facility, a regional financing facility set up to address disasters and climate change threats in our blue Pacific continent, and thank our development partners who have contributed to it. As a maritime nation, Papua New Guinea's commitment to protecting and sustainably using the ocean and seas and its resources remains steadfast. Our medium-term development plan for strategic priority areas 10 on climate change and natural environment protection underscores this point. Not only does the ocean serve as a vital source for carbon sink, but it is also our main source for economic benefits, revenue generation, and daily sustenance of food and income for our people and our communities. As an example, our water supply 18% of the global tuna catch and 15% of the global tuna trade. We therefore strongly support and welcome the milestone adoption in June this year of the new global treaty on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond natural jurisdiction. We are pleased to have contributed to ensuring important areas for us were accounted for in the treaty, such as high seas pockets, extended continental shelf, rights to fisheries and capacity building, and transfer of marine technology. Mr. President, the BBNJ Treaty also complements our own National Protected Areas Policy and National Oceans Policy, as well as our Pacific Regional 2050 Strategy for the Blue Pacific Continent. We thank Singapore for their strategic and able leadership as President of the process and commend also the international community rallying to support the BBNJ Treaty. Successfully after nearly 2 decades of intensive negotiations. We look forward to the treaty's early implementation. We are therefore encouraged and impressed by the high number of countries that signed the BBNJ Treaty 4 days ago at the UN Treaty event. We commend and congratulate those countries. Papua New Guinea will sign the new BBNJ Treaty once our own domestic procedural and legal processes are completed. Mr. President, Papua New Guinea also supports the convening of the next UN conference on SDG 14 on ocean and seas, led by France and Costa Rica. We are also supportive of the global efforts for a new binding global instrument on plastic pollution to further protect our marine ecosystem, and will do our part to see this to a successful conclusion and eventual implementation. Also, as an integral part of our stewardship of the ocean and seas, my government hosted the biennial 8 Pacific Tuna Forum 16 days ago, supported by our fellow Pacific countries, including our regional and sub-regional organizations, the private sector, and academia, where the current status of the tuna industry in our region and its sustainability was discussed. Papua New Guinea, like many other small island developing states, is increasingly concerned with the rising sea levels related to climate change that is threatening the lives and livelihoods of not just our coastal communities and the country's land territories and consequent economic and other losses, but more fundamentally the human rights of our people affected by sea level rising. Existing international law does not address this serious concern. We welcome the ongoing important work of the International Law Commission on this issue, and we are committed to contributing further to it. In view of this, Papua New Guinea, together with our fellow Pacific Island Forum members, are progressing efforts for another landmark forum leaders' declaration on statehood and protection of persons in the face of climate change-related sea level rise. We look forward to its adoption later this year by our forum leaders. We call on our development partners to work closely with us in equal partnership in further strengthening the protection and sustainable use of the oceans and the seas. Mr. President, at a time of challenging global and national circumstances, given the evolving multiple crises, the protection and promotion of human rights, particularly for women and girls and those in vulnerable situations, must remain central for the international community. For Papua New Guinea, we have a strong commitment to this important issue. This is aptly demonstrated most recently by our Medium-Term Development Plan 4, under Strategic Priority Area 11 on population, youth, and women's empowerment. These entails increasing the gender parity index for females in education, employment, and business, combating incidences of gender-based violence, and to quadruple the number of women in leadership. These priority activities will require an investment of about $50 million to deliver the much-needed results by 2027. We are also continuing to work through our bipartisan parliamentary committee on gender-based violence, led by 7 members of parliament, with the welcome and valued support and partnership of the European Union and the UN system, particularly UN Women, UNFPA and UNDP, under the Spotlight Initiative, which was launched in March 2020. This addresses evidence-based approach to unequal power relations between men and women, with focus on gender equality and women's empowerment. We have made good progress in areas including reforms in laws and policies and justice, health and community sector services, policing, medical and socio-psychological services, accessing legal support services, and shelters for gender-based violence survivors. However, much more work remains to be done, and we are committed to doing our bit and part going forward. We are also working with the UN Human Rights Treaty bodies on our outstanding report on the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. We thank our valued development partners in these efforts, and also welcome others to join us to strengthening human rights in general and more specifically for our women and girls. Mr. President, the urgency and the need for a new agenda for peace, as called by the UN Secretary General in his Our Common Agenda, is timely, and its importance for the peace and security of the world cannot be overstated. Papua New Guinea strongly supports the Secretary General's call. This has given the sobering and increasingly worrisome disrespect for international law, including the UN Charter by certain states, the geopolitical tensions and divide, simmering and unresolved conflicts, associated human rights violations, escalating nuclear weapons threats, and mistrust between and within countries. Without peace and security, our development aspirations under the 2030 Agenda and our respective development frameworks will be that much more difficult to achieve. This is a recipe for catastrophic outcomes that none of us would want. Mr. President, never again must we repeat the horrors of the 2 world wars. We are seriously concerned about moves by certain countries for the use of nuclear weapons. Such threats are unacceptable and therefore condemned in the strongest possible terms. It is incumbent on all of us to rally together in peaceful dialogue as common humanity under the banner of the United Nations to responsibly address all these issues. For my country, peace and security issues are a priority, and this is addressed through the law and justice sector under our medium-term development plan, strategic priority areas 5 and 6. Our strong commitment to peace and security has enabled us to increase funding and investment for capacity building and training in our country on our law and justice sector. For us, our founding foreign policy of friends to all and enemies to none continues to be a guide in our foreign relations conduct. Our national interests are economic, trade, and friendly relations with all nations. We are not interested in taking sides. Papua New Guinea has also learned from our own internal situations the importance of peace by peaceful means. It is in this spirit that we continue to engage in our Bougainville peace process, which remains a high priority for our country. It continues to be addressed under the parameters of our Constitution and the mutually agreed peace process roadmap that can deliver for us peaceful and lasting political solutions. We are grateful for the continuing valued and constructive support of the UN system, including the Secretary General's Peace Building Fund and other development partners in the Bougainville peace process, and also for the other new initiatives in 2 other parts of our country. On UN reforms, we are supportive of efforts towards meaningful reform of the United Nations to address today's realities and to account better for the greater good of everyone, such as that in the General Assembly, revitalization, and the intergovernmental negotiations process to reform the Security Council. We, however, cannot afford to have lengthy and inconclusive reform processes such as that of the IGN on Security Council reforms. This must do better, much better. Mr. President, before I conclude, as a SIDS member, we recognize the important efforts towards a SIDS-specific program of action for the next decade and the convening of the 4th International Conference on SIDS in Antigua and Barbuda next May. We join other SIDS in calling on development partners and the international community, including for funding to support SIDS, chart the pathway forward for resilient prosperity and the future we want. Finally, I reaffirm Papua New Guinea's commitment to doing our part in upholding the principles and purposes of the Charter of the United Nations as sovereign equal with other nations. May God bless us all and the United Nations. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank you, the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Immigration, Lands and Physical Planning of Papua New Guinea. I now give the floor to His Excellency Jahun Bayramov, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Azerbaijan.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I congratulate His Excellency Mr. Denis Francis on assuming the presidency of the 78th session of the General Assembly and thank the ongoing President, His Excellency Mr. Csaba Kőrösi, for his hard work over the past year. Ladies and gentlemen, the world continues to face a multitude of challenges that transcend boundaries. From exacerbating climate change trends to rooted poverty, rising tensions, and ravaging pandemics, these challenges plague us all, regardless of our background or location, and require bold and concerted actions. The current state of international politics is becoming increasingly fragmented, leading to division and erosion of multilateralism. The growing trend of intolerance and discrimination, in particular Islamophobia, and alarming surge in hate speech are disturbing. To curb this challenge, with centuries-long tradition of diversity and multiculturalism, Azerbaijan firmly believes in fostering dialogue, mutual understanding and respect among different cultures and religions. The government of Azerbaijan has consistently promoted intercultural and interfaith dialogue through significant global initiatives such as the Baku Process and Peace for Culture. Amidst the growing challenges, it is paramount that the United Nations continue to galvanize international solidarity and cooperation. The UN has a mandate to ensure that every nation has an equal voice and is treated on the same footing. The UN Charter principles and purposes are binding worldwide and must be applied consistently, not selectively. Azerbaijan advocates for a reinvigorated and reformed multilateral system with the UN as at its core, underpinned by strict adherence to and non-selective application of the norms and principles of international law. We look forward to the summit of the future as an opportunity to reinvigorate global action and reflect on collective commitment to the UN Charter and multilateralism. Excellencies, in its national capacity and as the chair of the non-aligned movement, Azerbaijan continues contributing to peace, security, and global sustainable development agenda, and spares no effort to promote international solidarity and multilateralism. Since the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, Azerbaijan has been at the forefront, putting forward several global initiatives to fight this challenge. The lingering effects of the pandemic create a pressing need to redouble our efforts for global cooperation and solidarity, anchored in high-level political engagement and collaboration involving all vital stakeholders. International cooperation and political engagement require involvement of different stakeholders, including women and youth. Azerbaijan made this a key focus point of its NAM chairmanship through the foundation of the NAM Youth Organization with a permanent secretariat in Baku under the Shusha Accord and initiation of the establishment of the NAM Women Platform. Azerbaijan also spearheaded the foundation of the NAM parliamentary network. We must strengthen joint effort in tackling the pandemic's consequences and consolidate efforts for global recovery from COVID-19. In light of this, the President of Azerbaijan initiated establishing a UN high-level panel on post-pandemic global recovery. In March 2023, we hosted the NAM Contact Group Summit in response to COVID-19, where the President of Azerbaijan, in his capacity as the NAM chair, declared 2 global calls to support the post-pandemic recovery of Africa and small island developing states. Azerbaijan announced allocation to each of these calls as the first donor. Since 2020, Azerbaijan provided humanitarian, economic and technical assistance worth of $300 million to over 130 nations. Ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the midterm of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, many parts of the world struggle to achieve our shared vision of future. It is imperative that we concertedly confront these challenges. Since their adoption, Azerbaijan has been a passionate supporter of promoting and implementing the SDGs universally. We have been pursuing transformational changes in remodeling our economy, focusing on sustainability, inclusive growth, social justice, and clean energy. Azerbaijan's GDP has tripled in less than 2-decade span. Poverty went down from 49% to 5%. The external public debt is expected to be some 10% of the GDP for 2023, one of the lowest globally. The clean environment and green growth became one of the 5 priority areas of our new national development strategy. Azerbaijan voluntarily pledged to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by up to 40% by 2050 and established a green energy zone in its Karabakh and eastern Zangezur regions. Azerbaijan's roles in global energy security has further expanded from traditional crude oil supplier into a reliable natural gas provider. With the completion of the Southern Gas Corridor, the biggest infrastructure project in Europe, Azerbaijan is now the natural gas supplier of 5 more European countries, in a time when European energy security faces unprecedented challenges. Currently 7 countries receive natural gas from Azerbaijan, and in the near future this will increase to 10 European countries. The projected increase in renewable electricity production will allow Azerbaijan to become an exporter of green electricity to European countries through the landmark trans-regional Black Sea submarine cable project that Azerbaijan embarks on with partner countries. Azerbaijan is also a key player in the development of trans-regional connectivity projects. In 2022, we have increased the transit flow by 70% through boosting investments in transportation infrastructure and widening cooperation with our regional partners. Mr. President, despite unprecedented suffering, deprivation and devastation that the people of Azerbaijan were subjected to due to the 30-year-long military occupation, Azerbaijan initiated normalization agenda and offered peace to Armenia based on equal and reciprocal respect for legitimate interests of both sides through mutual recognition of and respect for each other's sovereignty, territorial integrity, and inviolability of borders. Over the past few months, thanks to concerted efforts of international partners, negotiations have intensified and yielded limited but promising results. Yet, what we observe is replication by Armenia of the past pattern to imitate talks, backtrack from previously undertaken commitments at the last minute and commit political, military, and other provocations at every negotiation stage to evade taking concrete decisions. As such, the efforts for durable peace between Azerbaijan and Armenia have again become hostage to Armenia's policy of revanchism. For almost 3 years, since November 2020, more than 10,000 strong armed formations equipped with heavy offensive weaponry were sustained by Armenia in the sovereign soil of Azerbaijan, including by abusing the Lachen Road in an attempt to fuel separatism. In this period, while being engaged in negotiations, we have been consistently drawing the attention of all international actors involved into the normalization process and the wider international community to the serious threat stemming from the non-fulfillment of Armenia's commitment and urging for peaceful solution. While our legitimate and fact-based concerns were acknowledged behind the closed doors, It failed to be translated into real steps and targeted public messages to persuade Armenia to honor its commitments. Consequently, Armenia felt emboldened and once again fell into the illusion that it would be better off by opting for status quo based on illegal military presence and line of contact logic in the sovereign territory of Azerbaijan. Armenia further embarked on igniting tension through a global campaign of manipulation and disinformation, targeting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Azerbaijan and blatantly interfering with internal affairs. For months now, Armenia mobilized all available resources for a manipulation campaign based on fabricated allegations of blockade, humanitarian crisis, or ethnic cleansing. For this purpose, Armenia recklessly politicized and essentially abstracted the delivery of goods to the Karabakh region of Azerbaijan for its agenda of separatism and blocked consistent efforts of several international actors to find legitimate and practical solutions through dialogue. On September 18, simultaneous delivery of humanitarian goods through Agdam and Lachin, which was offered by Azerbaijan months ago and positively received by all involved international actors, was finally conducted by the ICRC, as Armenia had to withdraw its weeks-long obstructions. Azerbaijan, like wider international community, welcomed this development, hoping that it would finally lead to the escalation on the ground and pave the way for restoring the focusing on pressing issues pertinent to interstate normalization. Yet Armenia failed to meet these expectations for yet another time and resorted to military provocation in an attempt to continue its blame game against Azerbaijan. Thus, one day later, mine planting by Armenian sabotage group led to tragic deaths of 6 Azerbaijani citizens, 2 civilians and 4 police officers in 2 separate mine explosions. Other 6 police officers were seriously injured. In response, Azerbaijan launched local counter-terror measures to neutralize illegal armed formations, to preserve its sovereignty and territorial integrity, and to protect the safety and security of its residents. These measures were limited and proportionate, exclusively aimed at neutralizing legitimate military targets by using high-precision ammunition in full compliance with norms of humanitarian law. All measures were taken to avoid collateral damage. In less than 24 hours, the horrific scale of illegal militarization of territories of Azerbaijan became clear, with neutralization of more than 90 military outposts, 20 combat vehicles, 40 artillery pieces, 30 mortars, 6 electromagnetic warfare systems, and 2 anti-aircraft missile systems. More evidence is being collected now as disarmament continues on the ground. No sovereign state would tolerate illegal military presence on its soil, nor did Azerbaijan. The counter-terror measures taken by Azerbaijan achieved the set goals. Armenia and its subordinate illegal regime were forced to agree to disarm, disband all illegal structures, and withdraw from Azerbaijan. The reason why it did not happen peacefully lies in brazen disregard by Armenia and lack of adequate action by involved third-party facilitators. Excellencies, as counter-terror measures halted, Azerbaijan has now embarked on practical implementation of disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration efforts on the ground. The long overdue meeting of the Special Representative of the Government of Azerbaijan with representatives of Armenian residents finally took place on September 21 in the city of Yevlakh. The dialogue will continue as a format to directly discuss the plans of the government for reintegration, as well as to address the issues related to restoration and operation of infrastructures and the delivery of humanitarian goods for public services. The central government institutions have expeditiously started to implement necessary humanitarian support measures. All efforts have now been mobilized to address the immediate needs of the local civilians. On this point, I wish to reiterate that Azerbaijan is determined to reintegrate ethnic Armenian residents of the Karabakh region of Azerbaijan as equal citizens. The constitution, the national legislation of Azerbaijan, and the international commitments we have undertaken provide the solid ground to this end. Excellencies, despite all serious challenges stemming from Armenia's destructive position, Azerbaijan once again reaffirms its readiness for a genuine dialogue and negotiations with Armenia on the basis of equal and reciprocal respect for each other's legitimate interests. We continue to firmly believe that there is a historic opportunity for both Azerbaijan and Armenia to establish good neighborly relations and coexist side by side in peace as two sovereign states within their internationally recognized borders. It is high time to seize this opportunity. For that, it is necessary for Armenia to finally realize that rejecting the offer for just and equal peace in expectation of better conditions in the future to achieve revanchist purposes is not viable and has no chance to succeed. Verbal statements by the leadership of Armenia on recognizing the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Azerbaijan, including the Karabakh region, must be transformed into tangible steps. Meaningful engagement by international actors that are able and willing to support Azerbaijan and Armenia in this effort in a fair, impartial and unbiased manner is critical. It is equally important for all those who are unable to be an honest broker to refrain from projecting their short-sighted agendas into this process. All efforts need to be mobilized in the normalization process without further delay. Azerbaijan is determined and steadfast to promote the normalization agenda. Mr. President, along with the interstate process of normalization with Armenia, Azerbaijan launched large reconstruction efforts to eliminate the harsh consequences of the 30-year-long military occupation of our territories. These activities aim at ensuring the right of hundreds of thousands of Azerbaijanis to eventually exercise their violated right to safe and dignified return. Thanks to the tireless efforts taken by the government, life now returns to the territories that have experienced unprecedented vandalism in 30 years of Armenia's military occupation. The first groups of displaced families have already returned to their places of origin. Regretfully, the massive contamination of territories of Azerbaijan with landmines and other explosive devices remains a significant obstacle to smooth progress of rehabilitation and reconstruction. This contamination is posing a threat to those returning home after being displaced for 3 decades. The refusal of Armenia to share all maps of mined areas and the continued planting of landmines, installation of booby traps and other explosives, even after the declaration of cessation of all military activities, further aggravates the situation and increases the human toll. Since November 2020, 315 individuals have fallen victim to landmines planted by Armenia. Some mines were transferred to the territory of Azerbaijan and planted therein after the signing of the trilateral statement. Given the ongoing landmine problem in Azerbaijan and the challenges national agencies face in addressing it, there is an urgent need for increased international support to strengthen Azerbaijan's humanitarian mine action capacity. Such support would not only aid in the mining effort but also contribute to the global campaign against landmines and demonstrate a commitment to peace and cooperation in the region. Dear colleagues, ensuring justice concerning serious war crimes and crimes against humanity is vital in healing the wounds of the past conflict. While accountability and redress ensure the rights and interests of the victims, they are also critical prerequisites on the path to genuine post-conflict normalization and reconciliation. Over more than 30 years of aggression and occupation, Armenia subjected Azerbaijani cultural heritage to desecration and destruction. This included numerous monuments of world and national importance, mosques, temples, mausoleums, museums, art galleries, archaeological sites, and libraries. The fate of almost 4,000 citizens of Azerbaijan, including 719 civilians who went missing during the conflict, remains unknown. Although several mass graves were discovered in the liberated territories, shedding light on the willful killing of Azerbaijani civilians and other persons protected under international humanitarian law, Armenia refuses to clarify the whereabouts of missing persons. Resolving this issue is essential not only in terms of accountability and the rights of the victims and their families, but also for post-conflict reconciliation and normalization. From 1987 to 1991, Armenia forcefully expelled some 300,000 Azerbaijanis from their ancestral homeland in blatant violation of international law. All Azerbaijani settlements and toponyms in Armenia were renamed, and our historical and cultural heritage deliberately was vandalized and destroyed. Despite repeated calls by the Western Azerbaijani community to launch a dialogue and ensure a safe and dignified return to the homeland, the government of Armenia denies them exercising the fundamental right of return enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the Convention relating to the status of refugees, and other important international acts. While remaining committed to its international obligations and open to constructive dialogue, Azerbaijan will not tolerate violations of international law and will continue taking appropriate steps at international level. In particular, Azerbaijan's initiation of judicial proceedings to hold Armenia accountable for grave violations of international human rights law and to bring to justice those responsible for crimes is a significant step towards achieving accountability. Azerbaijan is fully committed to the objective of a peaceful, secure, stable, and prosperous South Caucasus. We will continue the efforts towards advancing post-conflict peace-building, reintegration, and peaceful coexistence, while, as a responsible actor, sparing no effort in all relevant domains, be it post-COVID recovery, global development agenda, or energy security. The challenges we face today require a new commitment to international cooperation and solidarity. It is only through joint efforts that we can overcome present and future complex challenges to build a brighter future for ourselves and coming generations. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Azerbaijan. I now give the floor to His Excellency Sergei Lavrov, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation.
Уважаемый господин председатель, уважаемые дамы и господа, в речах многих выступавших до меня ораторов уже прозвучала мысль о том, что наша общая планета переживает необратимые перемены. На глазах рождается новый мировой порядок. Контуры будущего созидаются в борьбе между мировым большинством, выступающим за более справедливое распределение глобальных благ и цивилизационное многообразие, и между теми немногими, кто применяет неоколониальные методы подчинения, чтобы удержать свою ускользающую мир. Своего рода визитной карточкой коллективного Запада давно стало неприятие принципа равноправия и тотальная недоговороспособность. Привыкшие смотреть на остальной мир свысока, американцы и европейцы сплошь и рядом дают обещания, берут на себя обязательства, в том числе письменные и юридические обязанности. А затем их попросту не выполняют. Как отметил президент Путин, Запад является собой самую настоящую империю лжи. Россия, как и многие другие страны, знает об этом не понаслышке. В 1945 году, когда мы с Вашингтоном и Лондоном вместе добивали врага на фронтах Второй мировой войны, наши союзники по антигитлеровской коалиции уже готовили планы военной операции под названием «Немыслимая» против Советского Союза. А спустя 4 года, в 1949 американцы разработали операцию «Дропшот» по нанесению массированных ядерных ударов по СССР. Эти безумные замыслы так и остались на бумаге. Советский Союз создал свое оружие возмездия, хотя понадобился Карибский кризис 1962 года с балансированием на грани ядерной войны, чтобы идеи ее развязывания и иллюзия победы в ней перестали быть основой военного планирования Соединенных Штатов. В момент окончания Холодной войны Советский Союз сыграл определяющую роль в объединении Германии и согласовании параметров новой архитектуры безопасности мира. При этом советскому, а затем российскому руководству были даны конкретные политические заверения относительно нерасширения военного блока НАТО на восток. Соответствующие записи переговоров есть и в наших, и в западных архивах. Они в свободном доступе. Но эти заверения западных лидеров оказались обманом, они и не собирались их выполнять. При этом их никогда не смущало, что, приближая НАТО к границам России, они грубо нарушали и взятые на высшем уровне впоследствии официальные обязательства по линии ОБСЕ, обязательства не укреплять собственную безопасность за счет безопасности других и не допускать военно-политического доминирования в Европе какой-либо страны, группы стран или организаций. В 2021 году были высокомерно отвергнуты наши предложения заключить договоры о взаимных гарантиях безопасности в Европе без изменения внеблокового статуса Украины. Запад продолжал планомерно осуществлять милитаризацию русофобского киевского режима, который был приведен к власти в результате кровавого госпереворота и использовался для подготовки к развязыванию гибридной войны против нашей страны. Беспрецедентной со времени окончания Холодной войны стала серия недавних совместных учений США и их европейских союзников по НАТО, в том числе с отработкой сценариев применения ядерного оружия по территории Российской Федерации. Продекларирована задача нанести России стратегическое поражение, и эта одержимость окончательно застила глаза безответственным политикам, которые испытывают чувство собственной безнаказанности, одновременно утратив элементарное чувство самосохранения. Ведомые Вашингтоном страны НАТО не только наращивают и модернизируют свои наступательные потенциалы, но и пытаются перенести вооруженные противостояние в космическое и информационное пространство. Новым опасным проявлением натовского экспансионизма стали попытки распространить зону ответственности блока на все восточное полушарие под лукавым лозунгом неделимости безопасности Евроатлантики и Индо-Тихоокеанского региона. Под эту задачу Вашингтон создает подконтрольные себе военно-политические мини-альянсы вроде АУКУС, тройки США, Япония, Республика Корея, четверки Токио, Сеул, Канберра, Веллингтон, подтягивая участников этих структур к практической кооперации с НАТО, которая внедряет свою инфраструктуру на Тихоокеанском театре. Нескрываемая направленность таких усилий против России и Китая на развал сложившейся вокруг АСЕАН инклюзивной региональной архитектуры порождает риски возникновения нового взрывоопасного очага геополитической напряженности в дополнение к уже до предела разогретому европейскому. Создается устойчивое впечатление, что США и полностью подчиненный им западный коллектив решили придать доктрине Монро глобальную проекцию. Замыслы столь иллюзорные, сколь и крайне опасные, но идеологов нового издания «Пакс Американо» это не останавливает. Мировое меньшинство всеми силами старается затормозить естественный ход вещей. В Вильнюсской декларации НАТО крепнущее партнерство между Россией и Китаем характеризуется как угроза Североатлантическому альянсу. Выступая недавно перед своими послами за рубежом, президент Макрон высказал искреннюю озабоченность по поводу расширения БРИКС, расценив это событие как свидетельство усложнения обстановки на международной арене, цитирую, что грозит риском ослабления Запада, и в частности Европы, идет пересмотр мирового порядка, его принципов, разных форм его организации, где Запад занимал и занимает доминирующие позиции. Конец цитаты. Вот такие откровения. Если кто-то где-то собирается без нас, дружит без нас или без нашего разрешения, то это рассматривается как угроза нашему доминированию. Продвижение НАТО в Азиатско-Тихоокеанский регион – это благо, а расширение БРИКС – опасно. Однако логика исторического процесса неумолима. Основной тенденцией стало стремление государств мирового большинства укреплять суверенитет и отстаивать национальные интересы, традиции, культуру, образ жизни. Они больше не хотят жить под чью-либо диктовку, хотят дружить и торговать между собой, но и со всем миром, только на равных и к обоюдной выгоде. На подъеме такие объединения, как БРИКС и Шанхайская организация сотрудничества, предоставляющие странам глобального юга возможности совместного развития и отстаивания своего достойного места в объективно формирующейся многополярной архитектуре. Пожалуй, впервые после 1945 года, когда была учреждена Организация Объединенных Наций, появился шанс на подлинную демократизацию в мировых делах. Это вселяет оптимизм во всех, кто верит в верховенство международного права, кто желает возрождения ООН в качестве центрального координирующего органа мировой политики. Органа, где договариваются о том, как решать проблемы сообща на основе честного баланса интересов. Для России очевидно, что другого пути нет. Однако США и подчиненный ему западный коллектив продолжают плодить конфликт, искусственно разделяющие человечество на враждебные блоки, препятствующие достижению общих целей. Они делают все, дабы предотвратить формирование подлинно многополярного, справедливого миропорядка. Стремятся заставить мир играть по своим печально известным узкокорыстным правилам. Хотел бы призвать западных политиков и дипломатов еще раз внимательно перечитать устав ООН. Краеугольным камнем миропорядка, созданного по итогам Второй мировой войны, является демократический принцип суверенного равенства государств, больших и малых, вне зависимости от формы правления, внутриполитического или социально-экономического устройства. Запад по-прежнему считает себя выше остального человечества в духе уже пресловутого высказывания главы дипломатии Евросоюза Борреля о том, что Европа цветущий сад, а все вокруг джунгли. Его не смущает, что в этом саду разгул исламофобии, других форм нетерпимости к традиционным ценностям всех мировых религий. Акты сожжения Корана, оскорбления Торы, преследование православных священнослужителей и иные глумления над чувствами верующих буквально поставлены в Европе на поток. Грубым нарушением принципа суверенного равенства является и применение Западом односторонних принудительных мер. В странах, ставших жертвами незаконных санкций, а их все больше, хорошо знают, что рестрикции бьют в первую очередь по наиболее уязвимым слоям населения, провоцируют кризисные явления на продовольственных и энергетических рынках. Продолжаем настаивать на незамедлительном и полном прекращении беспрецедентной по своей антигуманности торгово-экономической и финансовой блокады Кубы со стороны США и отмене абсурдного решения об объявлении Кубы страной спонсором терроризма. Вашингтон должен без каких бы то ни было предварительных условий отказаться от политики экономического удушения Венесуэлы. Требуем снятия односторонних санкций США и Евросоюза Сирийской Арабской Республики, которые откровенно подрывают право на развитие. Любым вводимым в обход Совета Безопасности принудительным мерам должен быть положен конец, равно как и взятой Западом на вооружение практики манипуляций санкционной политикой Совета Безопасности для оказания давления на него. Откровенным проявлением эгоизма западного меньшинства стали навязчивые попытки украинизировать повестку дня всех международных дискуссий, отодвигая на задний план целый ряд неурегулированных региональных кризисов, многие из которых тянутся годы и даже долгие десятилетия. Полноценной нормализации на Ближнем Востоке невозможно достичь без решения главного вопроса – урегулирования затяжного палестино-израильского конфликта на основе резолюции ООН и арабской мирной инициативы, выдвинутой в свое время Саудовской Аравией. Палестинцы более 70 лет ждут торжественно обещанного им государства. Однако монополизировавшие посреднический процесс американцы делают все, чтобы этого не допустить. Призываем объединить усилия всех ответственных стран с целью создания условий для возобновления прямых палестино-израильских переговоров. Отрадно, что Лига арабских государств обретает второе дыхание и активизирует свою роль в делах региона. Приветствуем возвращение Сирии в арабскую семью, начавшийся процесс нормализации между Дамаском и Анкарой, которому мы стараемся помогать вместе с иранскими коллегами. Эти позитивные сдвиги подкрепляют усилия астанинского формата по продвижению сирийского регулирования на основе резолюции Совета Безопасности 2254 и восстановления суверенитета Сирийской Арабской Республики. Надеемся, что при содействии ООН ливийцы смогут качественно подготовить всеобщий выбор в своей многострадальной стране, которая более 10 лет не может оправиться от последствий натовской агрессии, разрушившей ливийское государство и открывшей шлюзы для распространения терроризма в Сахаро-Сахельском регионе и для волн миллионов нелегальных мигрантов в Европу и другие части света. Аналитики отмечают, как только Муаммар Каддафи отказался от военной ядерной программы, его тут же уничтожили. Тем самым Запад заложил опаснейшие риски для всего режима ядерного нераспространения. Тревожит нагнетание Вашингтоном и его азиатскими союзниками военной истерии на Корейском полуострове, где накапливается стратегический потенциал Соединенных Штатов. Российско-китайская инициатива о рассмотрении в качестве приоритетных гуманитарных и политических задач отвергается. Трагическое развитие ситуации в Судане не что иное, как очередное следствие провальных экспериментов Запада с экспортом либерально-демократических догм. Поддерживаем конструктивные инициативы, направленные на скорейшее урегулирование внутрисуданского конфликта, прежде всего путем оказания содействия прямому диалогу между противоборствующими сторонами. Наблюдая за нервным отношением Запада к последним событиям в Африке, в частности в Нигере и Габоне, невозможно не вспомнить о том, как Вашингтон и Брюссель реагировали на уже упомянутый мной кровавый госпереворот на Украине в феврале 2014 года. Через день после достижения соглашения об урегулировании под гарантией Евросоюза, которые оппозиция просто растоптала, США и их союзники поддержали тот госпереворот, приветствовав его как проявление демократии. Не может не вызывать беспокойство продолжающаяся деградация обстановки в сербском крае Косово. Поставки оружия косоварам и содействие в создании армии со стороны НАТО грубо нарушают основополагающую резолюцию 1244. Весь мир видит, как на Балканах повторяется печальная история Минских соглашений по Украине, которые, напомню, предусматривали специальный статус республик Донбасса, и которые Киев открыто саботировал при поддержке Запада. Как и сейчас, Евросоюз не хочет заставить своих косовских протеже выполнить договоренности Белграда и Приштины 2013 года о создании сообщества сербских муниципалитетов в Косово, обладающего специальными правами на свой язык, свои традиции. В обоих случаях Евросоюз выступал гарантом договоренностей, и, судя по всему, судьба у них одинаковая. Каков спонсор, таков и результат. Сейчас Брюссель навязывает свои посреднические услуги Азербайджану и Армении, привнося вместе с Вашингтоном дестабилизацию на Южный Кавказ. Теперь, когда руководители Еревана и Баку урегулировали между собой вопрос взаимного признания суверенитета двух стран, пришла пора для мирной жизни, для ее налаживания, укрепления доверия. Российский миротворческий контингент международного сообщества, которое остается на бумаге, призываем завершить, наконец, процесс деколонизации в соответствии с резолюциями Генеральной Ассамблеи, добиться прекращения колониальных и неоколониальных практик. Яркой иллюстрацией тех правил, по которым заставить жить весь мир, является судьба взятых им еще в 2009 году обязательств предоставлять развивающимся странам ежегодно по $100 миллиардов на финансирование программ в области адаптации к изменению климата. Сравните судьбу этих невыполненных обещаний с теми суммами, которые США, НАТО и Евросоюз потратили на поддержку российского режима в Киеве по оценкам до $170 миллиардов за последние полтора года. Сравните, и вы поймете отношение к себе со стороны просвещенных западных демократий с их пресловутыми ценностями. В целом назрело скорейшее реформирование существующей архитектуры глобального управления. Она давно не отвечает требованиям эпохи. США и их союзники должны отказаться от искусственного сдерживания перераспределения голосующих квот в МВФ и Всемирном банке, признав реальный экономический и финансовый вес стран глобального Юга. Следует также незамедлительно разблокировать работу органов по урегулированию споров Всемирной торговой организации. Все более востребованным становится расширение Совета Безопасности, исключительно через устранение недопредставленности в его составе стран мирового большинства Азии, Африки и Латинской Америки. Важно, чтобы новые члены Совета Безопасности, как постоянные, так и непостоянные, пользовались авторитетом и в своих регионах, и в таких организациях глобального охвата, как Движение неприсоединения, Группа 77, Организация исламского сотрудничества. Пора рассмотреть и более справедливые методы формирования секретариата ООН. Действующие долгие годы критерии не отражают реальный вес государств в мировых делах и искусственно обеспечивают запредельное доминирование граждан стран НАТО и Евросоюза. Эти диспропорции еще более углубляются в силу системы постоянных контрактов, которые привязывают их обладателей к позиции стран-хозяек, штаб-квартир международных организаций, подавляющее большинство которых расположены в столицах, проводящих политику Запада. Подкрепить реформу ООН призвано объединение нового типа, где нет ведущих и ведомых, учителей и учеников, а все вопросы решаются на основе консенсуса и баланса интересов. Это прежде всего БРИКС, существенно нарастивший свой авторитет по итогам саммита в Йоханнесбурге и обретший поистине глобальное влияние. На региональном уровне налицо ренессанс таких организаций, как Африканский союз, СЕЛАК, Лига арабских государств, Совет сотрудничества арабских государств Залива и другие структуры. В Евразии набирает обороты гармонизация интеграционных процессов в рамках Шанхайской организации сотрудничества, АСЕАН, Организации договора коллективной безопасности, Евразийского экономического союза, СНГ, китайского проекта пояса и пути. Происходит естественное формирование большого евразийского партнерства, открытого для участия всех, без исключения объединений и стран нашего общего континента. Позитивным тенденциям, к сожалению, противоречат все более агрессивные попытки Запада сохранить господство в мировой политике, экономике и финансах. В общих интересах избежать фрагментации мира на изолированные торговые блоки и макрорегионы. Но если США и их союзники не хотят договариваться о придании процессам глобализации справедливого, равноправного характера, то остальным придется делать выводы и думать о шагах, которые помогут не ставить перспективу своего социально-экономического, технологического развития в зависимость от неоколониальных инстинктов бывших метрополий. Основная проблема именно в Западе. Развивающиеся страны готовы договариваться, в том числе и на площадке группы 20, как показал недавний саммит объединения в Индии. Главный вывод по его итогам – двадцатку можно и нужно избавить от политизации, дать ей возможность заниматься тем, ради чего она создавалась, вырабатывать общеприемлемые меры управления мировой экономикой и финансами. Возможности для диалога и договоренности есть. Важно не упустить момент. Все эти тенденции должен в полной мере учитывать в своей работе и секретариат ООН, уставная миссия которого – служение и поиску согласия всех государств-членов под крышей ООН, а не где-то на стороне. ООН была основана по итогам Второй мировой войны, и любые попытки ревизии этих итогов подрывают основу Всемирной организации. Как представитель страны, которая внесла решающий вклад в разгром фашизма и японского милитаризма, хотел бы привлечь внимание к такому вопиющему явлению, как реабилитация нацистов и коллаборационистов в ряде стран Европы, прежде всего на Украине и Прибалтике. Особо настораживает, что в прошлом году против резолюции Генеральной Ассамблеи ООН о недопустимости героизации нацизма впервые проголосовали Германия, Италия и Япония. Этот прискорбный факт ставит под сомнение искренность раскаяния указанных государств за массовые преступления против человечности в годы Второй мировой войны и противоречит условиям, на которых они были приняты в ООН в качестве полноправных членов. Настоятельно призываем обратить особое внимание на эти метаморфозы, идущие вразрез с позицией мирового большинства и принципами Устава ООН. Господин председатель, сегодня человечество вновь, как и много раз в прошлом, стоит на развитии. Только от нас зависит, как будет развиваться история. В общих интересах не допустить скатывания к большой войне и окончательного развала созданных поколениями предшественников механизмов международного сотрудничества. Генеральный секретарь выступил с инициативой проведения в следующем году саммита в будущем. Успех этого начинания может быть обеспечен исключительно через формирование справедливого, честного баланса интересов всех стран-членов при соблюдении межправительственного характера нашей организации. На своей встрече 21 сентября члены группы друзей в защиту устава договорились активно способствовать достижению такого результата. Как сказал Антонио Гутерреш на пресс-конференции накануне нынешней сессии, я цитирую: «Если мы хотим мира и процветания, основанных на равенстве и солидарности, то на лидерах лежит особая ответственность за достижение компромисса при проектировании нашего общего будущего ради общего блага». Конец цитаты. Хороший ответ тем, кто пытается делить мир на демократии и автократии и диктовать всем только свои неоколониальные правила. Благодарю за внимание.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Retno Lestari Prisansari Madusi, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia. You'll have amended the text.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, dear colleagues, today I'm wearing a traditional fabric from East Nusa Tenggara, Indonesia, while my delegation are wearing different traditional fabric representing the diversity of over 1,000 ethnicities in Indonesia. We are diverse, but we are one. Mr. President, the world now is at strategic crossroads. Global solidarity and collective responsibility are the only answer to address trust deficit and global inequality. This is the main essence transpired by the Bandung Conference or Asia-Africa Conference in 1955. Through the 10th principle of Bandung, we call for respect toward human rights and the UN Charter, sovereignty and territorial integrity, equality of all races and all nations, peaceful settlement of dispute, and promotion of mutual interest and cooperation. The Bandung Conference reminded every country of their equal rights and responsibility in maintaining peace and stability, mainstreaming win-win cooperation, and championing solidarity. Indonesia bring along the Bandung spirit when we presided the G20 last year, chairmanship of ASEAN this year, during President Jokowi's visit to Africa last month, and we will bring this spirit everywhere we go, including to this UNGA. The Bandung spirit enables Indonesia to listen and become part of solution. For Indonesia, global leadership should not only be about power or about the influence to dictate others. Instead, global leadership should be about listening to others, building bridges, respecting international law consistently, and put all nations equally. Mr. President, Excellencies, rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity is the theme for this year UNGA. This theme is timely and on point. We are again at the strategic crossroad as in 1955. Trust deficit reappears, lack of solidarity resurfaces. This situation has hampered the attainment of SDGs, especially for countries in the global south. The question is, do we really have the commitment to rebuild trust, to reignite global solidarity, to attain the SDGs target together. Will our presence today at the UNGA really bring commitment and show readiness toward a global unity and collective responsibility? Standing before this esteemed assembly of the UN, we said a lot of good words and promises. Let us now be honest with ourselves. Do we do what we said we would do? If all of us are committed to do what we said and say what we do, I'm sure the current world situation will not be like what we see right now, where trust deficit is running deep, where differences are soaring high and sharp, where wars and conflict are tearing us apart. The problem is that we do differently than what we said. We say differently about what we did. We do not walk the talk. Mr. President, Excellencies, against this backdrop, I would like to share some thought on how we can rebuild trust and reignite global solidarity in line with what we envision through the Bandung spirit. First, forging collective global leadership. The fate of the world cannot be defined by the mighty few. A peaceful, stable, and prosperous world is a collective right and responsibility of all countries, big and small, north and south, developed and developing. We all must do our part and work together toward this common goal. And this can only be achieved if all of us adhere to the same rules of the game. We must uphold respect for international law, particularly fundamental principle of sovereignty and territorial integrity. This will ensure that disputes will be settled on the negotiating table rather than at the battlefield. A collective responsibility is also needed to the people of Palestine and Afghanistan. For far too long, we have allowed our Palestinian brothers and sisters to suffer. Indonesia will not back an inch in our support for Palestinian statehood. In Afghanistan, Indonesia will do its utmost to help the Afghan people and ensure the rights of women and girls are respected, including their right to education. Second, advocating development for all. Colleagues, every country has the same right to develop and grow. But the global architecture of today only benefits the selected few. Trade discrimination against developing countries continues to happen. Global supply chain is being monopolized by certain countries. Many developing countries may not meet the SDGs by 2030. They also struggle with foreign debt and development financing. All of this would contribute to eroding trust and solidarity. Therefore, it is time for us to make a real change. Industrial downstreaming must not be an exclusive call of developing countries. Developed countries should also support this call to build a stronger future together. The same ideals are applicable in our fight against climate change and sea level rise, as well as safeguarding biodiversity. Indonesia has led by example by fulfilling its international obligation, including being among early signatories of the BBNG agreement. But developing countries cannot do this by themselves. We need developed countries also to fulfill their responsibility, including on climate financing, green investment, and transfer of technology. technology and innovation should not be exclusive for the selected few. Access to safe and secure digital technology for developing countries, including AI, is crucial for future sustainable growth. This is time to practice what we have preached. Third, reinforcing regional cooperation. Colleagues, regional institutions should be net contributors and building blocks for global peace and prosperity. As the ASEAN chair this year, Indonesia had to navigate ASEAN through such geopolitical dynamics in the region. ASEAN has already managed to do this for the last 5 decades. We send a clear message that we will not let our region to be a pawn of rivalries. Instead, Southeast Asia must be an epicentrum of growth where all countries can benefit meaningfully. Inclusivity will forever be the pillar of our region's architecture building. It is sufficient to say we managed to pull through. ASEAN have maintained its unity and established a long-term vision for ASEAN 2045. ASEAN have reinforced its centrality in strengthening regional resilience and preparing for economy of the future. ASEAN have initiated closer partnership with the Pacific Island Forum and the Indian Ocean Rim Association for a stable and peaceful Indo-Pacific. We translated the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific into concrete and inclusive cooperation. On Myanmar, implementation of the 5 points of consensus remains the main reference. ASEAN continues to urge the military junta to implement it. ASEAN will spare no effort to ensure the people of Myanmar are not left alone. Mr. President, before I conclude, I wish to underline a point on the reform of our multilateral system. Many proposals have been produced throughout the years, but we are still far from getting anywhere. The best time for action may have already passed, but the second best time is now. Let us translate our commitment into action. The 2024 Summit of the Future cannot fail. Trust and solidarity must be part of this effort. Our people and the world await, and we must deliver. I thank you very much.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Alicia Bárcena Ibarra, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Mexico.
Señor Presidente, Denis Francis, amigo, reciba en nombre de México nuestras fraternas felicitaciones por su elección al cargo. América Latina y el Caribe se siente plenamente representada bajo su presidencia, muestra del compromiso de nuestra región con los propósitos de esta entrañable organización. Señor Presidente, jefes de Estado, colegas, ministras, ministros, excelencias, hoy Naciones Unidas tiene ante sí un reto de enormes proporciones para cumplir con la esencia de su mandato, preservar a la humanidad del flagelo de la guerra, promover y proteger todos los derechos humanos, asegurar la vigencia del derecho internacional y promover el bienestar de las personas con sostenibilidad ambiental. Me emociona profundamente regresar a esta sede de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas, a la que serví con orgullo por décadas, en esta ocasión representando al gobierno de mi país, México. ¡Qué honor! Un país que vive hoy un proceso de profundas y progresistas transformaciones. Me honra reportar su voz y representar a México en el mundo. Reciban un saludo del presidente Andrés Manuel López Obrador. Nuestros pueblos enfrentan serias amenazas a la paz y a la seguridad internacional. Tenemos más de 50 conflictos armados y la proliferación de armas nucleares, el agravamiento de la multiplicidad de crisis desde humanitarias hasta climáticas, la migración forzada de millones de personas, el incremento más alto de la desigualdad y la pobreza con 165 millones de pobres en 3 años, el desafío de la salud, el riesgo de nuevas pandemias en un contexto, por cierto, de crecientes cuestionamientos sobre la pertinencia del multilateralismo y sus instituciones. Pero no cabe duda que nuestra acción internacional pierde legitimidad cuando nuestras resoluciones no se traducen en beneficios concretos para las personas, para el planeta, para la prosperidad. La Agenda 2030 requiere de una acción urgente para rescatarla. De acuerdo con las palabras del secretario general Antonio Guterres, la pandemia inhibió el avance hacia el cumplimiento de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Pero la trayectoria antes de la pandemia no era alentadora y el contexto actual de incertidumbre macroeconómica y geopolítica exige medidas ambiciosas e inmediatas. Porque el estancamiento en el cumplimiento de los ODS no es una métrica abstracta. Estamos hablando de centenas de millones de personas que viven en la pobreza, en la inseguridad alimentaria para niñas y niños, un medio ambiente en crisis. El futuro de las personas y el planeta no depende del azar, depende de las decisiones y acciones políticas que tomemos, guiados por la Agenda 2030. Y aquí la desigualdad es el gran desafío, porque no basta con reducir la pobreza, se requiere un cambio de paradigma de desarrollo que redistribuya el poder y la riqueza y que cierre los inaceptables brechas y asimetrías entre ricos y pobres y entre países. La igualdad no se trata solo de titularidad de derechos. La desigualdad es ineficiente desde el punto de vista económico y por ello es necesario igualar para crecer y crecer para igualar. Porque ya no estamos en una época de cambios, estamos en un verdadero cambio de época y esto requiere repensar el desarrollo, poner a la igualdad en el centro. Y tanto a escala nacional como internacional, el logro de los ODS depende de una visión de justicia social y solidaridad, que incluye, por cierto, la movilización de recursos financieros necesarios y la reforma urgente del sistema financiero internacional. Ante este complejo contexto, México seguirá encontrando fuerza e inspiración para su acción internacional en los propósitos y principios de la Carta de Naciones Unidas. Porque en el andamiaje institucional que hemos construido casi ya 80 años, hemos encauzado la cooperación internacional y México ha liderado y seguirá proponiendo toda iniciativa que busque mejorar la vida de las generaciones presentes y futuras, propugnando por una paz y seguridad verdaderas y duraderas. Un desarrollo sostenible, igualitario, resiliente, incluyente, con pleno e irrestricto respeto de los derechos humanos. El anhelo de transformación y el quehacer de nuestro gobierno se ha volcado precisamente hacia la transformación del modelo de desarrollo para construir más y mejores bienes públicos, garantizar derechos con responsabilidad fiscal sobre la base de una premisa básica: por el bien de todos, primero los pobres. Nuestro gobierno ha evidenciado la urgencia de recuperar el rol del Estado para regular las relaciones entre el mercado, el Estado y la sociedad e implementar políticas estructurales transformadoras. Se trata de devolver a nuestro pueblo la esperanza de un país más justo, igualitario, para no dejar a nadie atrás y a nadie afuera. Y en ese sentido, en los últimos años, se ha logrado sacar de la pobreza a 5 millones de personas. Experimentamos el mayor aumento aumento en el salario mínimo de nuestra historia y una densa red de programas sociales que extienden los derechos a toda la población. Pero aspiramos a una visión de igualdad entre todas las naciones, donde se cierren las brechas y asimetrías entre países. Apostamos a la eliminación de la cultura de los privilegios que niegan derechos. México reitera la importancia de la sostenibilidad ambiental como parte estratégica del desarrollo y no como una externalidad, y la relevancia de transitar hacia políticas industriales y productivas verdes, azules, que generen empleo, que disminuyan la huella ambiental, pero además que incorporen la contribución y la complejidad de los ecosistemas y sus servicios a la economía y al bienestar. Implementamos con fuerza el Acuerdo de Escazú y la defensa de los defensores del medio ambiente, los que dan la vida por la vida. Firmamos el acuerdo relativo al uso sostenible de la diversidad biológica, el que se llama BBNJ por sus siglas en inglés, y hacemos votos porque entre pronto en vigor. Queridas amigas y amigos, el cambio climático es la mayor falla del mercado de todos los tiempos, así lo dijo Nicholas Stern, y hoy es uno de los mayores riesgos globales. Las estimaciones de los costos derivados de sus efectos muestran que no solo va a afectar el crecimiento económico, sino a los sectores más vulnerables. Reiteramos nuestro compromiso por avanzar con el Acuerdo de París, pero enfatizamos la importancia del financiamiento para enfrentar el cambio climático y darle prioridad a la adaptación, sobre todo para apoyar a las naciones más vulnerables, en nuestra región, el Caribe primero. En complemento a esta Asamblea General, México participó y ha participado en la cumbre de los ODS, el diálogo sobre financiamiento, la cumbre sobre acción climática y la reunión de la cumbre del futuro. Abogamos por una profunda reforma de la arquitectura financiera internacional, que atienda las profundas asimetrías entre países, que ponga prioridad a los países altamente endeudados con nuevos instrumentos, con una redistribución de derechos especiales de giro para ampliar el espacio fiscal de países en vías de desarrollo, o bien el alivio de la deuda a cambio de servicios ambientales. Nos sumamos a la iniciativa de Bridgestone 2.0 propuesto por Barbados. América Latina y el Caribe aprendimos una muy dura lección durante la pandemia por la falta de la solidaridad global, y la imperante urgencia que tenemos hoy día es de impulsar desde la Comunidad de Estados Latinoamericanos y Caribeños, la CELAC, iniciativas como el Plan de Autosuficiencia Sanitaria, la Agencia Regional de Medicamentos y el Fondo de Adaptación Climática. Apoyamos en ese sentido a nuestro querido Ralph González como presidente de CELAC. México busca acuerdos en todos los temas de la agenda multilateral porque nos interesa acercar posiciones sin excluir a nadie. Pero vivimos tiempos inéditos que requieren la suma de más voluntades para darle voz a todos los pueblos del sur global, al que México pertenece por historia y convicción. Por tanto, México está considerando participar en los debates y empeños del Grupo de los 77 más China, en aquellos temas y foros en los que podamos contribuir a fortalecer la posición negociadora del sur global. Pronto someteremos una propuesta al Grupo de los 77 más China para su consideración. México, y quiero reafirmar ante ustedes la vocación histórica de México por priorizar el diálogo, el entendimiento en favor de la paz y el arreglo pacífico de las controversias. Se trata de una vocación que se nutre en nuestras más hondas convicciones para la defensa decidida de las mejores causas de la humanidad. En nuestra región participamos como país garante de la mesa de diálogo de paz entre el Gobierno de la República de Colombia y el Ejército de Liberación Nacional. Asimismo, participamos en la búsqueda de soluciones para el diálogo político en Venezuela, siempre apegado a principios constitucionales de respeto a la autodeterminación de los pueblos y la solución pacífica de las controversias y la no intervención. México es anfitrión de las negociaciones entre el gobierno venezolano y la Plataforma Unitaria de Venezuela, facilitadas por Noruega. Respaldamos la implementación de los acuerdos firmados en noviembre de 2022 en la Ciudad de México y mantenemos las puertas abiertas para reanudar este proceso y alcanzar una solución en beneficio de todo el pueblo venezolano. En relación con el conflicto entre Ucrania y Rusia, nuestra postura es inequívoca. Condenamos la invasión de Rusia a Ucrania porque es violatoria de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas y del derecho internacional y por el indecible sufrimiento de millones de personas, especialmente niños y niñas. Reconocemos que todo Estado soberano tiene derecho a contar con los medios para recuperar su integridad territorial, pero es igualmente cierto que la carrera armamentista nos aleja cada día más de una solución pacífica. Tenemos que dejar de hablar de guerra y empezar a hablar de paz. México continuará su lucha en favor del desarme y la no proliferación de armas nucleares, como lo acredita el Tratado de Tlatelolco y el Tratado de Prohibición de las Armas Nucleares, esenciales para prevenir y erradicar catastróficas consecuencias humanitarias. Nosotros hemos declarado, y la Asamblea General, una gran amenaza en sí misma que es contraria al derecho internacional. Rechazamos de forma contundente el tráfico ilícito de armas de fuego y simplemente les doy el dato, nosotros recibimos 200,000 armas de fuego que se trafican cada año a México desde nuestro vecino del norte, las cuales por cierto caen en las manos de la delincuencia organizada, produciendo innumerables víctimas fatales. Es el otro lado de la moneda de las drogas. México asume de buena fe sus compromisos en relación a combatir el tráfico de drogas, pero todo esfuerzo será limitado si los países de fabricación y de origen de armas traficadas no asumen su responsabilidad ante este flagelo. Necesitamos medidas enérgicas para disminuir la amplia disponibilidad de armas de fuego. Las empresas y fabricantes y distribuidoras deben asumir su responsabilidad y adoptar medidas diligentes para evitar que estas armas sean desviadas al mercado ilícito. En nuestra región, en América Latina, y el Caribe, estamos devastados por la situación de Haití, un país que se encuentra ahogado en la violencia de bandas de delincuentes que prospera en gran medida debido precisamente al tráfico ilícito de armas, a pesar de las sanciones establecidas por el Consejo de Seguridad en una resolución que facilitó México y que esperamos que muy pronto el Consejo de Seguridad apruebe la resolución para que la comunidad internacional actúe decisivamente y apoye a este país a recuperar su estabilidad. Aprovechamos entonces esta tribuna también para refrendar el compromiso de México con la solución de dos estados, Israel y Palestina, viviendo al lado en paz y con fronteras seguras, y a reconocer el derecho del pueblo de Israel, pero no a expensas del pueblo palestino. Pongamos fin a situaciones aberrantes como el continuo embargo económico que sufre Cuba, totalmente injustificado, contrario al derecho internacional y ajeno a valores y a la convivencia pacífica que prevalece entre los pueblos de América Latina y el Caribe. Demandamos que Cuba deje de ser considerada como un país que auspicia o alienta el terrorismo. Hace 64 años, esta Asamblea General fue presidida por uno de los mejores diplomáticos mexicanos, Luis Padilla Nervo, y dijo, y cito, "La victoria no se decidirá en los campos de batalla, sino en las conciencias de los hombres y mujeres debido al carácter de esta lucha. Las mejores armas de las democracias son los principios morales, el escrupuloso respeto de los tratados y el principio de que las dificultades y controversias de los países no se deben resolver por las armas, sino mediante la negociación. México aspira a ser un actor que promueve la paz por el derecho y haremos todo lo que esté a nuestro alcance para apoyar los esfuerzos genuinos de diálogos entre las partes en conflicto y para conducir, por cierto, a la solución pacífica, porque la política exterior de México se basa en la renuncia de la guerra como instrumento de política internacional. Y como bien dijo nuestro célebre diplomático Genaro Estrada, así lo dijo, la política exterior se basa en la renuncia de la guerra. Y por eso en el hall de la entrada, aquí cuando ustedes entran a esta asamblea, se encontrarán una losa de obsidiana, que es una piedra sagrada que los aztecas llamaban Itzli, convencidos de que su origen era la huella de los rayos al golpear las rocas de los volcanes, la síntesis de los celestial y lo terrestre. Y esta pieza incluye una placa grabada que define el cimiento de nuestra diplomacia. La pronunció hace 156 años el primer presidente indígena de América Latina, Benito Juárez. Y él dijo: entre los individuos como entre las naciones, el respeto al derecho ajeno es la paz. Con esta visión humanista, México encara el reto, el gran reto de la movilidad humana. Nos ha puesto la geografía ineludiblemente en un lugar muy complicado. Pero México tiene una brújula muy clara: humanizar la migración, porque la migración debe de ser una opción y no una obligación, porque cuando una persona migra debe de hacerlo de manera segura, ordenada y regular, porque el fenómeno migratorio sin precedentes concierne a toda la comunidad internacional, a todos en su conjunto. Por eso México insiste en la urgencia de atender las causas estructurales y profundas de la migración. Reafirmamos la importancia de apoyar a las comunidades de origen y sumar voluntades y recursos para lograrlo. Se requiere el apoyo y la contribución de todos los países, y especialmente de aquellos países receptores que se benefician del trabajo y las aportaciones de las personas migrantes. Aquí en Estados Unidos, por ejemplo, nuestros migrantes aportan más de $500 mil millones en impuestos. Es fundamental entonces evolucionar hacia modelos de gestión migratoria que ofrezcan espacios de inserción laboral y financiera seguras y formales, que faciliten la integración en las sociedades de acogida, modelos que protejan los derechos humanos de las personas migrantes en todo el ciclo de la migración. Porque, como bien lo señaló el secretario general, a 75 años de la adopción de la Declaración Universal de los Derechos Humanos, es momento de ponerle fin a la persecución y demonización de los migrantes. No aceptamos, por cierto, conectado a ello, que se ponga en duda el carácter progresivo de los estándares internacionales en materia de igualdad de género ni el respeto a la diversidad sexual, que nos ha costado tanto edificar. Abogamos por avances en igualdad de género, evitar retrocesos con acciones contundentes e innovadoras. Nada sobre nosotras sin nosotras. México fue el primer país del sur en proclamar una política exterior feminista, porque estamos empeñados en que las estructuras cambien, aquellas que impiden el adelanto de las mujeres y el pleno goce de sus derechos y de sus autonomías. Ello implica la promoción de la participación sustantiva de las mujeres en la toma de decisiones y la transversalización de la perspectiva de género en todos los espacios, foros, organismos y acuerdos internacionales. Porque cada vez que rompemos el techo de cristal, logramos un avance civilizatorio. El tema de esta 78ª Asamblea General es pertinente y preciso. Reconstruir la confianza, reactivar la solidaridad mundial, y este debe ser el eje de nuestros esfuerzos. El majestuoso espacio en el que nos encontramos reunidos no debe hacernos olvidar la crisis de confianza que enfrentan las instituciones internacionales y en especial las Naciones Unidas. Nuestras deliberaciones deben reflejarse en resultados concretos. Y eso es importantísimo porque debemos incorporar a las ciudadanas y ciudadanos que representamos como sujetos activos. Y debemos estar muy atentos porque el multilateralismo no puede perderse y no puede perder su rumbo en la polarización y las rivalidades geopolíticas. Si las Naciones Unidas no cumplen con su mandato de paz y desarrollo, alimentaremos la insatisfacción y el desconcierto y sufrirán las instituciones internacionales que hemos construido. Apostamos por un multilateralismo cercano a la gente, oportuno y eficaz, comprometido con la provisión de bienes públicos globales. Apostamos por lo colectivo, por lo de todos. El multilateralismo es una herramienta para el desarrollo y la labor de las Naciones Unidas debe crear una paz justa, ampliar libertades, construir igualdad, profundizar la democracia. En definitiva, crear esperanza. El compromiso político es clave para transitar a un nuevo multilateralismo que nos permita reestructurar las relaciones de poder económico y social internacional, donde los temas de desarrollo generen espacio frente al énfasis excesivo y exclusivo de un neoliberalismo mercantilista. Aspiramos que esta misma visión prevalezca entre las naciones para lograr un mundo más justo, donde se reduzcan precisamente las asimetrías. Proponemos un multilateralismo más cercano a las necesidades de la gente, congruente con los principios y propósitos de Naciones Unidas, contundente, oportuno y eficaz. Porque, amigas y amigos, los desafíos que encaramos son enormes. Sobre la mesa está ni más ni menos que la incertidumbre sobre nuestra sobrevivencia. No hay tiempo para modestias graduales, que a veces solo son coartadas para mantener el status quo. El actual modelo de desarrollo global es insostenible. La promesa de un progreso inevitable e ilimitado se ha topado con el muro inconmovible de la naturaleza. El 2030 está a la vuelta de la esquina y los mínimos esenciales que convenimos en el 2015 están frustrados. Por eso debemos contagiarnos de rebeldía y sentido de urgencia. Es en esta generación y en sus líderes sobre quien recae la responsabilidad irrenunciable de atajar el desastre que la ciencia nos ha descrito. Y no será con pequeños pasos que lo lograremos, no será con la parca timidez que intenta discreta no incomodar la estructura de poder